esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doyiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together. Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Doyiduri, the prosperity government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Henry, I have with me
the Eye of Yentown.
The Eye of Yentown. And yes, we have an important personality with us today in the studio as we discuss security in Bayelsa State, addressing security challenges in Bayelsa State, perhaps through a multifaceted approach, involving several stakeholders. But yeah, let's introduce our guest today. We have the Police Public Relations Officer, Bayelsa State Police Command. He is DSP Musa Mohammed. It's good to have you. Welcome.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Henry. And Eye of Yentown, thank you for having me on your platform this afternoon.
It's our delight, an absolute delight, as a matter of fact. So let's start with what you think would be the primary drivers of insecurity in Bayelsa State. Let's start with pointing these things out and perhaps going over them to understand how we can tackle these issues. But what would you point out as the primary drivers of insecurity in Bayelsa State?
Thank you once again. It's a great honor to be on your platform this afternoon to discuss security in Bayelsa State. And to start with, some of the drivers, as you've asked me earlier, to insecurity in Bayelsa State. Of course, we all know that poor upbringing is one of the challenges of insecurity in Bayelsa State. And we are lucky that as Ijo that we are, Ijo are peace-loving people, and we advocate for love, and we advocate for proper and good upbringing of children to ensure that our society is being moderated and to also reduce the workload of the law enforcement agencies. You know, when a child has a proper upbringing and he's been taught, he or she is being taught of the dangers and consequences of crimes, you see, they begin to be self-aware of their first environment and what is crime. Because some people, they may commit an offense and ignorantly they wouldn't know if this is a crime or not. But with the help of proper upbringing, it will help to moderate our society that we are today.
Okay, is that totally on the parents now, or would you want to add something else in the upbringing, or you're resting these onus squarely on the parents?
You know, there are several factors that could be attributed to insecurity. We also have there are lots of them to mention. But I'd just like to talk about
cultism.
Cultism starts from somewhere.
Yeah?
It starts from somewhere. That's why we always say family is the grassroots of every child. Because everybody comes from a family, and that family belongs to a community. So it all starts from the family. Okay. If the family is being rooted properly, I don't think we'll have so much challenges that we are facing in our society today.
Yeah. Now, when you talk about people not knowing, or those who are brought up not knowing that certain things they do is law, where does this onus lie? Could we say the parents totally? Because many would also argue that many parents also do not know. I mean, let's use the Yahoo menace, for instance. Many parents, I hear, I was on a tricycle one other time, and I had a father say, he wanted to give birth to a Yahoo boy who could bring money for him. Well, there was this argument between, is it Yahoo, is he a boy or a girl you'd want to give birth to? And the next thing he said is, a boy, of course, a Yahoo boy will go also for me. So it's already in their thinking that Yahoo, okay, let me put it this way, it is becoming right to do Yahoo.
You see,
the wrong is becoming right.
That is what we see in our society today. And just to add to some of the drivers of insecurity, which is unemployment, when the majority is faced with unemployment, it becomes another threat to security. So it is so sad to see parents of these days will encourage their children. Some even buy gadgets, accessories for their children to go into this cybercrime. And they don't know the consequences of this. It is not all about either maybe the child defraud people and use the proceeds as wealth. It doesn't end there. It goes further to other things. It is not as easy as they say. Before you know, the child will begin to go into what we call rituals. You see,
what they call plus up, right?
Yeah, some call it Yahoo plus. It's so surprising. So it's beyond even what they call Yahoo something. If only the parents are educated, enlightened about some of the consequences of this, and they should also not forget, even them themselves can even be a victim.
Parents, right?
Yeah, parents can also be a victim of these cybercrime. And I encourage young people, because most especially the young people of this generation are so much involved in these cybercrime acts. I encourage them, instead of using your energy to go into cybercrime, why not use it to learn tech skills? There are so much opportunities in the tech environment.
But is it as paying as the Yahoo?
It is, but the major problem is the patience. Right. Many young people lack patience. They are so eager to get it quick right now. They are not ready to go through the process anymore. So it becomes a very big problem. If only they have the patience, and parents also take their responsibility as parents to train these children in the way they should be trained. Yeah, I don't believe any child should be more superior than their parents.
Let me come in this way before I allow Ayo to continue with this. Is a patience. The parents you've rightly mentioned will be responsible for the upbringing of these children, and because that upbringing is poor, we also see a lot of children who are going into, things that could lead to insecurity, in Bayelsa State, and we could also broaden it to include Nigeria, right? But the parents, we've also identified here that there is a character problem. So it is very possible also that, well, the parents think that doing the Yahoo thing is right. Parents think that, or they are rather indifferent about their children going to do vandalism or going into cultism.
Not like
there's a character problem here now. Do we still hold the parents and say you have to train your children right when themselves have a character problem? A Yahoo boy will bomb Peking or pushing Peking to do Yahoo, no?
Yeah. There is a popular saying that goat know the born dog. Of course, that's one too is something that we should also look at. And also, it is a responsibility, I will always say it, now to tomorrow, I will always tell us, it is a responsibility of every parent to train their child in a very proper manner, so that they won't grow up to become menace in our society. Many of these unrest that we are experiencing today is as a result of poor parenting. We shouldn't sugarcoat whatever word or trying to cover up for anything. It is the problem of our parents. It is sad to say again that most children these days have outgrown their parents. In my family, you won't even dare to even look at in our house. Our parents talk to us with eyes. These days it is no more as such. So it is very important that parents own up responsibility in bringing up their children in a very proper manner.
So talking about Yahoo, I mean, we're talking about crime and Yahoo also. So there is a saying, and there's also some talks around that this Yahoo is a crime.
Yes,
it's a crime. But there's a saying that this Yahoo per se has helped the police to also bring down some levels of crime. So what will you say about that? Because when you look back before this time, there's a lot of courtism, killings and all that, but eventually we see that these stuffs are now
dropping.
They are dropping, and when you check, you see that the boys that are actually doing those things, they are now into this Yahoo, and they are more concerned about making money instead of going to steal, going to rob or do their courtism game. So what will you say about this saying or talk per se that people are saying that this crime, which is the Yahoo, has also helped the police in bringing down crime levels in the society?
First of all, to start with, Yahoo, cybercrime, popularly known as Yahoo, is not a source of livelihood. And you cannot use one sin to erase another sin.
Okay.
Cybercrime is a sin. And you are now saying because you are earning illegally and is now pushing the rate of crime, reducing the rate of crime. It is not so, because Yahoo, this quick money syndrome, it's a very big problem, because people are no longer interested in learning things, taking time to be processed. They're not taking time to want to know what is expected of them. All they are after is, let me make it now. So it is, in fact, Yahoo is a very big problem and a serious challenge to our society today. Okay. Because when a child does not know what is money, and you earn money illegally, you won't know the value of money, and you wouldn't even know what to do with the money. And mind you, the victim which you have defrauded is also passing through a lot. Sometimes it leads to depression, and it causes death in sometimes. And also, you have money, you don't know the value of the money, no proper planning. Before you know, you go into crime, into drugs. Yeah. And we all know drugs is the mother of all crimes. Once you begin, because you have the money, You begin to result yourself in drugs taking. Before you know, it become a very big problem. Tomorrow the money is finished. What would you do? And you are still under the influence of drugs. And once you are under the influence of drugs, you don't think normal again as a normal human being, and you begin to go into things that are beyond a normal human being imaginations. Before you know, they begin to go into theft, different crime groups, resulting to other violence crimes in our society. So it is very important we teach the youth, not only the youth, adults, everybody, what is expected of an average human being. Going through the process, earning legitimately, earning and learning what is life, it is so important in our today's society. It will not only reduce the workload of the security agencies, it will also give you peace of mind and a long time, source of livelihood to ourselves. And as I earlier said, the cyberspace, the tech, it is so big that even if all of us go into it, we won't even jam pack ourselves in the cyberspace. As a computer scientist that I am, I know the benefits of tech, and by the special grace of God, we are using what we know how to do. We are using all we've learned in making sure that policing in Nigeria and policing in Bayelsa State becomes very efficient to every Bayelsans and residents in Bayelsa State.
DSP Musa, if you were to place on the scale of 1 to 10 the security, how secure we are in Bayelsa State, what would the number be?
This is an opportunity to reassure Bayelsans that not only Bayelsans, all citizens in Bayelsa State, that Bayelsa State is one of the most peaceful states in the Niger Delta corridor. There is no doubt about it. Whatever challenges, we always surmount it.
What are you doing to ensure the security you've talked about?
In security business, there's what we call collaboration. We don't do it alone. It's a collective responsibility. The citizens are not left behind. Security agencies are not left behind. Other stakeholders like the traditional rulers, paramount rulers, the youth groups, the women groups, the other CBOs is as a result of joint responsibility. That is what we're enjoying in Bayelsa State. And also the state government taking security as a top responsibility to guarantee the safety of their residents. I don't think there is something much more important than security that we
I know you're not spokesman for the government, but when you say they take security and ensure that their residents are secure, what exactly would you point to that gives?
What's it called again?
No,
he's a member of the. I've forgotten it. I'll remember.
Yeah.
I'll remember. So it is his own responsibility to supervise his men, to supervise these stakeholders, to ensure that the state is peaceful, so that development can continue.
So what will you say about because obviously we've been seeing a lot of videos online about police and citizens, and most of the times they say the police, they harass citizens without any...
Yeah.
So what will you say about... We would like to know, like me personally, I would like to know what my right is.
Okay.
Especially when I'm on the road, when I'm driving, so that I will not feel like I'm being harassed by anybody. So I would like you to tell us about that.
Number one key thing is education. Education, they say no knowledge is a waste. That is why, even as a citizen, the Police Act and Regulations books are sold everywhere. The Nigerian Constitution as amended 1999, these books are everywhere. Even the Road Traffic Act, these are books you can get everywhere. Sometimes I encourage people to buy these books, read them to know your rights, so that whenever you encounter any situation on the road, you'll be able to express yourself in a polite manner You understand? And all over the world, there is no perfect society. What we do is to address situations that would discomfort our citizens. That is why in the Bayelsa State Command, we have various mechanisms which we can address some challenges between the police and members of the public. And among them, which we have the X Squad. It's an internal arm that is in charge and responsible for discipline officers among the system, in the system. And also we have the provost. We have the police, the Public Complaint Bureau. This particular one is under my supervision, okay, through the Commissioner of Police. So these are various channels which concerns can be addressed when citizens are aware that we have things like this. I encourage them to take advantage of it instead of keeping quiet, because the next person could suffer because somebody who doesn't have idea or knowledge of this, it becomes a very difficult problem.
So if I have an encounter with a policeman, is it my right to make video of that situation? Because obviously this video has been very helpful to a lot of people, because it would have been maybe other case if there were not evidence. But in the other hand, they said it's not right to make videos of a policeman trying to do his work. So is it my right to make videos when there's an encounter with a policeman?
The thing is, every policeman is expected to act professionally. You are a public servant. There is one thing I enjoy the most about the management team of the Nigerian Police Force is accountability. The Inspector General of Police and his management team are so like, I don't know what to describe them. They are so modern. They are leaders who encourage accountability among formations across the country. You see, it is not a crime for a citizen to video a police officer.
Okay.
But the Nigerian Police Force is ours. You shouldn't do something to ridicule the system. You shouldn't do something because it is your right to video an officer on duty to begin to ridicule a person serving the public. It is so uncalled for. Most things we see online today is even before some persons encounter a policeman at a checkpoint,
they start making videos.
There is one psychology or mentality to say that they have already decided in their mind what would happen. A policeman stop you, bring your particular, you begin to record the policeman. It is so funny.
Okay.
So I encourage people to also assist the police, because the Nigerian Police Force is our police force.
Okay, so many would say this is a result, a consequence of stereotyping, and it's not happening one way, it's happening both ways. Now we're talking about how one ought not to video a police officer when they see them doing their duty on the road. Yet again, there are those who believe that when a police officer sees one who has dread on, or one who's driving Benz, one who has tattoos visible, it somehow just makes them think this is likely one that have maybe an exhibit, and so they want to move in and check them. So it's a stereotype that's probably going around. How do we address this? Not just for the person who is probably scared that the police officer wants to harass me, and so he wants to get everything recorded. Also for the policeman who thinks that every other person who's dressing in a certain way he considers morally wrong, not legally wrong, because it's dressing, right?
Yeah.
Who does he harm? But yeah, dressing in a way he considers morally wrong. Or is there a sort of standard procedure that the police considers to be morally wrong? Is this like a profiling set of rules that the police has got? That if you see someone who's wearing rag jeans or one who's on dreadlocks, they are likely, or who has Benz, you should question to know that whether they are Yahoo boys, or is that like standard operating procedure for the police?
Okay, every policeman is trained to detect crime. I, as a policeman, I am trained to suspect you. If I don't suspect you, there won't be any means to detect a crime. It is only when you have the training of a police officer, you will know how to detect a crime. And it's so funny, sometimes there are cases of such. But dressing is only a lifestyle and fashion. It is not, police officers are not expected to stereotype anybody, but to suspect beyond reasonable doubt in course of their duty. If there's any need to suspect anything, a person, of course, the proper procedures will be taken.
Is that something you want to reveal? What's your standard profiling procedure? If you see a vehicle, I mean, maybe we should just know this. And
okay, for example, I'll give a practical example. I'll give a practical example. Maybe in a moving vehicle, and you see two young boys or 3 young boys and a female in the vehicle. As a policeman, you should be able to suspect and to go further to question. Ask questions to know. Sometimes some people might be kidnapped or frightened. They may be kidnapped. And of course, maybe they approach a checkpoint. The victim must have been threatened not to utter a word. But as a trained police officer, if somebody is under such situation, something would prompt you to make further inquiry. And before you know, truth will come out. We've recorded successes of such. So it is not about a policeman stopping you on the road and just you conclude that you've committed a crime. You've not committed a crime.
Do you agree that many persons think that police officers tend to stop a lot of Benz drivers? Do you agree, or is that something you don't?
If you drive Benz on the road, it's not a problem. It is your car.
But do you agree that...
If only as a vehicle owner, you have all the papers of your vehicle, I don't think you should be scared of something, except you are hiding something from the police. And we all know some of these young boys, you see them going about with illicit drugs. And that is why before they approach a police checkpoint, they're already afraid. They have already decided what the police will do. So they begin to send false narratives to the public space that a policeman is harassing them. But have you asked yourself, what did you do?
PPRO, is it no time for the police to have like a small camera? In the West, they have like a camera that they typically would wear that shows every other thing they do once they stop the vehicle. Maybe that allows, and that's something that it sends a feed straight up, either records on its own or it sends a feed to their servers. So when one sees, I mean, recently, I'm saying this because recently a video surfaced online showing a police officer recording somebody he wants to search. Please, sir, come down, he was saying to the person, sir, come down, let me search you. The person was also videoing, himself was videoing. But then, what I'm trying to highlight is, if the police would video themselves doing all of these things, maybe there would be more trust, because it seems as though there is dwindling trust in the police.
You know, there is a lot of reforms going on at the moment from the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the President. A lot of reforms in the police system. And of course, we are gradually going somewhere positive. And in Bayelsa here, what we do, we have our CCTV cameras and our drones scattered all over the state. And among the locations of some of our cameras, they are strategically positioned even at our checkpoint, not only to get footages of road users, but as well to watch over our men, the conduct of our men. So many people don't know about this. Our cameras are there watching our men. If there's cause for any review, of course, forensic analysis will go in, and there will detect the DNA of such of the footage to review and to, you know, for discipline to take its course. Okay. Well,
so I don't think let's be hopeful that the review, I mean, that's going on to ensure that we have better policing nationwide. Let's be hopeful that it includes some of these things we've suggested here. So on the CCTV you mentioned, I'm sorry I'm drawing our attention to this, but I think it's something that's rather important to see. There are people who have fears. If you maybe call an average tricycle operator out there. He's likely to tell you that the police on our streets and highways, wherever, there is a culture of collecting little 100 naira. And you just mentioned here that the CCTV you have, you can observe your officers and know when there are people who have done misconduct. Have you been observing them?
You know, there used to be complaints and reports of extortion, but I can tell you confidently, such cases has drastically reduced in Bayelsa State. And we have close relationship with the leadership of these tricycle unions. Their leadership, we have close relationship with them at the command, where every complaint are treated decisively. And you know, you said something about the collection extortion. It's not only I call
it collection of 100 naira. I don't want to use the extortion because it seems as though it's becoming a normal. Many would say so. No. Maybe the officer, the tricycle operators are willingly giving this these days.
I wanted to say something
in lieu of allowing for a search.
I wanted to add to what I have earlier said. You see, we are so impatient. You that gives has committed an offense. You force a law enforcement officer into committing another crime, and you also can be charged for such.
When you give and not report?
When you give money, you have also committed an offense. What was the essence of you giving the money? That means there is something you are trying to hide away from the police. I am telling you, we are so impatient. And in Bayelsa here, we have recorded, the level of such instance has drastically reduced.
Which means that there are pockets of that particular thing
has
happening.
Drastically reduced. We are not aware of any such, and if there is any, the command does not tolerate such kind of unprofessionalism from members of the police.
That's good to know.
So let's talk about the insecurity going on, not actually in Bayelsa, but in Nigeria per se. I'm talking about the bandits.
You know, we have to narrow it down to
Bayelsa.
Down to Bayelsa.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting there because I'm
peaceful. Yes.
That is where I'm heading to, because we have had a false alarm, I believe, at Obuna about this, and we saw school students running away, teachers running away. So I would like you to run us down through that information.
You see, that panic emanated from generated from a social media post from one Facebook user named Senator Promise Etete, who posted that militants seized bandits demanded 50 million naira ransom in Bayelsa State, which generated widespread panic across Bayelsa State. And immediately we got the information. The Commissioner of Police, CP Yamadane Debo, quickly led operatives to the consigned environment. Bushes were combed. The CP visited schools and met students writing WAEC exam, and also visited some other schools and its environment within Polako and Sagbama areas in Bayelsa State. And of course, upon painstaking investigation, a forensic investigation was inducted, and that led to the arrest of this Facebook user. And as we speak, investigation is ongoing, and I believe by now he would have been arraigned in the court. And this is just to pass a very important information. that false information is an offense under the Cybercrime Act of Nigeria. It can cause panic that could lead to heart attacks and other severe health issues, because to cause such kind of panic, it is so dangerous. It is so dangerous. And Bayelsa State is relatively calm till now and tomorrow, and continuously by the special grace of God.
You said he originated this Simon Tete, a student in Akwa Ibom, an executive, I think, in Akwa Ibom. Yeah.
When he was interrogated, it's so funny. It's so funny.
Okay.
He said he posted it. He didn't know that it was not true. It is not everything you post to get followers or to get engagement on social media.
Was he the originator of that post?
He was the originator of the post.
He accepted that he was the originator.
Yes. He was the originator of the post. This is to send.
But how does one originate a post and he's not certain that thing is true? I mean,
that is what most of our young persons are doing these days, all in the name of to gain engagement on the social media platforms, causing lots of panic, passing on false information across platforms to gain. I don't know their causing.
But he's a suspect, right? So let's act like, I mean, a suspect could either be guilty or not guilty. I mean, the court would have to decide that. But is there a possibility that he merely shared a post that he saw on social media? Is there any provision of the law that allows for him to just go with just a tap? Tap by the law to say, go and don't do this again, go and don't sin again,
that
if he maybe just saw it and then decided to share everybody, every other user,
maybe any forgiveness space for him.
Is there any possibility that he just goes with a tap?
When you go by the Cybercrime Act, the definition are clearly spelled out. Anything capable of causing panic, false stories, it is an offense under the Cybercrime Act of Nigeria. The intention, what was his intention of sharing such false information? Did he think what could be the consequences or the dangers of the panic which he has sent across? Children were running, parents rushing to schools to withdraw their children. Some even broke legs. Did he imagine what his post has caused in some areas of Bayelsa State? But we are happy. The police was very proactive. In less than 10 minutes, the CP led operatives and law and order was restored in those environs.
Okay, PPR, there are many persons that would say that there seems to be a growing lawlessness amongst the people of Nigeria. Bayelsa is no exception, being one of the constituent states of the country, Nigeria. There seems to be a growing lawlessness. People who think that they can easily do something and get away with it, do something, and even when they are caught, apprehended, and taken to the police, nothing really happens. Recently, a story broke, one who wanted to, born another person who's been stealing. Many would say it's because there seems to be inaction when that person who's stolen something goes into the police system and is supposed to be tried in court and all of those. Yet there are those also who would engage and indulge in vandalism. I'm referring to vandalism again. Many would say when they are arrested, they're released in is it 2 days or so? Well, typically the time when the police is allowed by law to hold the suspect. Yet again, there are those who also say that people who perpetrate insecurity in farmlands, they're not of any ethnicity, no, but those who are herders and who perpetrate insecurity in farmlands, there are those who believe that when they are caught and apprehended by the hunters or the security operatives and then taken to the police, they don't quite see the prosecution of these persons. So there is now a growing lawlessness with people thinking that even if I catch and go, police will release them after a while. What is the problem with prosecution and seeing people put behind bars for crimes they've committed? What's the problem there? Why do we see this lawlessness as a function of all these things I've mentioned?
Sometimes some of the challenges we as police we face in prosecuting some cases in court. Sometimes when a suspect is arrested and brought to the police, sometimes witnesses refuses to come to give their statement. It becomes a challenge to us. And okay, let's say it's a case of commissioner versus state. Even if a matter of such is being charged to court without a statement from a witness or a complainant, we all know how the litigation process works. It is as empty as nothing. You understand? It becomes a challenge. And why the other one? Upon a comprehensive investigation by the Nigerian police force and cases are charged to court, it is now the responsibility of the court to look at these matters and to give judgment to the matter, not to the Nigerian police force anymore. Ours is to investigate and charge to court.
So are we saying now that the police prosecutors are not quite doing, because we see less I mean, we don't see enough persons who are being put behind bars for certain crimes. Okay, for instance, a person who burnt another person is being talked about today. The crimes committed by that person is not being talked about. The person who burnt another person has been arrested, but the person who was repeatedly stolen from, he's the one who's been arrested. The one who has been carrying out the stealing is not arrested. Is there justice in this?
Okay, let me say something about this. It's a recent matter which we are currently investigating at the command, where a young man alleged to have set another man, a young man, at blaze with fuel and a lighter. We thank God for the swift information where the DPO Utiokoti swung into action and arrested the suspect, the man that set the other man at blaze. Now, which one is more critical at this moment? This setting someone ablaze is an attempted murder. You see, when you weigh these allegations, you see that one is more bigger than the other. You that was about taking someone else's life, and thank God the man was taken to the hospital and is currently taking medication treatment and is alive. It is upon investigation, the police will further unravel many circumstances surrounding this particular matter, and then they will be charged to court, and in the court there will know what will be the fate of the both of them, because the person that set the other one at blaze alleged, because the both of them are allegedly. If I have not gotten facts from the other person, because I'm not the investigating police officer, but you that have the intention, that had it in mind, you tied somebody's hands, you poured fuel and you light the person ablaze. That means so you had the intention of taking the person's life. It is so unfortunate, you taking laws into your hands. That is why we speak against jungle justice, because sometimes people, victims of jungle justice, sometimes are not truly have not truly done something wrong, have not been involved in what they were alleged. Sometimes two people may be having issues, and before you know, the other person may frame the other person up, and people will mob the other person.
PPRO, how do we improve on citizens and indigenous of Bayelsa and Nigeria at large, obeying the law, reduce the lawlessness that many have seen prevalent? I mean, I should not be saying many have seen prevalent. We are discussing its prevalence here because I cited instances of people taking laws into their own hands. How do we reduce this lawlessness? I'd like to even ask, this year or in the past 2 years, the police, are you all actively sending people to Okaka, or is Okaka full? Is it overrun? So we can start doing agitation or advocacy for a building of a new correctional facility, as you all like to call it.
You see, it's not only about sending people to Okaka prison. Even in the judicial system, they encourage ADR, alternative dispute
For
resolution, for some cases.
Civil cases, no?
Yeah. Mostly civil cases.
Have we brought ADR into
No. Criminal offenses are not part of, are not things we should even bargain with.
Okay.
You understand? And of course, there are prosecutions of recent. There are records of prosecutions of suspects, of criminal suspects. So it is there, and the command is not relenting. We'll continue to do all our best to ensure that Bayelsa State is not a place where criminals hibernate.
What's your advice when people go on the road and they are driving or doing something and then they meet an officer who's telling them, give me something? Or he's telling them, if you don't give me something, you know, go. What's your advice?
Our advice, Bayelsans, our advice the general public, not to give.
Okay.
Because they are there to serve. We are there to serve, not to do something different from a security business. We are there to give buffet to our citizens.
What about the issue of phone? Because most times when you go on the road, the police, they instead of maybe searching or doing what they are supposed to do, they ask for your phone and begin to search. I don't know what they like searching inside the phone, and you see this in most times it causes a lot of chaos and problems between the police and the individual or citizen. So I would like to know if it is right for a policeman without proper what would they call it, instructions to search phones.
A police officer is not would not search a phone, and if they do, it is wrong. And except for some circumstance, if you are under investigation and there is need to gather an inquiry, a police officer would have the right to search your phone.
When they meet you, like
On the road?
Not just on the road.
So
on the road,
you're saying categorically that there is no pretext under which a police officer decides to check my phone.
No.
Because I
You'd have to
believe
take me to the office.
yes, because I believe you are under a proper
Except
investigation.
you are under investigation that will warrant the officer to inquire or to gain access to your phone upon suspicious inquiry when you are under investigation.
At the roadside, or?
Not at the roadside, at the office.
Thank
Of
you.
course, investigation.
There
There must be something that would lead to investigation. When there's a complaint, an investigation needs to be inducted. Of course, it would.
Okay, there are still concerns in several corners that certain things we call insecurity that would happen because the police does not have, enough. Sometimes they say funding. Is the police underfunded? Would you say that?
You say?
Is the police underfunded or understaffed? Would you say that?
We thank God the police is funded, and Challenges, of course, there are challenges, but the Nigerian police force is funded. All we need,
we could use better funding.
Don't put words to my mouth. The thing is, we are funded. Joke apart, we are funded, and we encourage. We want more to effectively police Nigeria.
You know, why I had asked that is many persons take cases to the police. I'm sorry I'm coming, I think they would say really hard, but we need answers. You know, we really need answers. I, for one, need answers. I've not exactly been a victim, but I know that, I mean, there are people who are still in the police, but then might be rogue, you know, might be lawless. You know, in every sphere there is a bad egg. There are very good officers in the police, and I like to think that there are more good officers in the police than we have bad ones. But then, typically, we know that there are people who are bad. We've been seeing instances of somebody who shot another in Delta State and all of that. Yeah, but is it possible that the police? I've now lost my train of thought. But yeah, I was on the police being underfunded and being understaffed. If you're clamoring for the police to have more funds, do you not think that it will just make for people who come to you with case to have their cases solved? Because in most cases, they say that when they bring cases to you, you have them pay something. If you don't have money to prosecute your case, then your case will just lay ducks and no solution. You don't get results for what you have taken to the police. So it has to be you bringing more money. Okay, now, I tell you this as one who had one time taken a matter to the police, and I also was made to pay certain money. I paid at first, and then it continued again. I needed to bring some more, but man, I'm a poor boy, so at some point I had to let me forgo the matter. I forgave, you know, because I did not have. Now, I forgave because I did not have the means to continue the prosecution, and clearly I don't blame the police either, because many say that they also do not have the resources. The resources are slim. That's why I would want for you to, before you were a police officer, you were a Nigerian.
Of course.
Right. And so it is the betterment of Nigeria at the end of the day, right? This would not be jinxing your work as a PPRO. It would not be jinxing your work as a police officer, but it would be telling, do you ever tell truth to power?
The thing is, the Nigerian police force is funded by the government of Nigeria. And we want more funding. The police force, the Nigerian police force, of course. This uniform I'm wearing today,
they gave it to you.
I was issued by the management.
One uniform?
No, I have several uniforms. I will invite you to my office to see my uniform. If you see my wardrobe.
All officers, for all men,
you know,
rank and file?
Yes. Officers are issued uniforms, accoutrements. All we want is more support as a morale booster to the men. The government of Nigeria are doing their best, and we are trying our best also to ensure we also improve in our service delivery to Nigerians.
Do you think you probably would need bikes in doing your security work?
You know, different environments deserves different approach to policing.
Yeah.
If you're working in the creeks and you want bikes, I think you're making a wrong choice. If you're policing the creeks, you rather request for boats and other marine equipment.
I mean, within Yenagua, there are no creeks out there.
Yeah,
within Yenagua, like it's strictly there are
other remote villages are part of Bayelsa State, and our policing did not just stop in Yenagua. We have divisions, outposts across states.
So bikes are not exactly very necessary.
To say, you know, anything that would affect positively to security business is, if there's need, I think it will be good.
It's good for bikes too. I mean, I had asked this because I know that from time to time, whenever we hear the state government doing something for the police, they usually will give vehicles. I don't know, vehicles, and sometimes we see bikes. But in actual crime fighting, I can't remember if I've seen a police bike other than the one that discussed the governor and deputy governor. I don't know if the deputy governor is included, but I have not seen a police bike that's trying to catch a criminal. I don't know if it's maybe sent to the hinterlands where, I'm within Yenagua, even as a journalist, I sometimes go to the hinterlands, but yeah.
We have our patrol vans. We have the modern technology.
Any bike? Do you have any bike?
We have bike.
You have bikes?
But we do more of the patrol
vans
and the drones. There are some areas which bikes cannot go, the swampy areas. Bikes cannot reach, but our drones can go there. There will be our first responders, while our men on ground with the vans will take lead.
The bikes, do they wear the typical police uniform or they are in mufti?
We have
the bikes branded.
You know, we have intelligence units. These units are undercovers. Even when they go about their normal lawful activities, you wouldn't know if they are police officers. So there are some things that I cannot say on live. These are, it could be threat to security business. So this is to tell us it is not about bike, but it's about policing the state.
Yeah, it is effective policing of the state.
Exactly.
Well, we've done a stretch already on the interview. Corruption in Nigeria. Police, you're doing a very fine job. But is there ways you could propose here, suggest here, to effectively eliminate corruption? Is that ever possible in Nigeria? I mean, you would agree that it's corruption in Nigeria.
First of all, you define what you mean by corruption. Huh? And to define what is corruption. And also, I see people painting the Nigerian police force. I'll come back to your question. I'll see people painting the Nigerian police force.
Painting?
Yeah, painting the Nigerian police force of several names. You know, the Nigerian police force is one of the police force that is more accountable in Nigeria as we speak.
Okay. I mean, there is one police force in Nigeria now.
Yes.
One of the forces, you would say. Yeah, I understand.
It is. I wouldn't want to go into left or right.
Accountability.
Of course.
Do you do like transparency briefing every month, like the state governments? I mean, when you talk about accountability, let's scale it.
Our activities are in the public domain. We parade, we audit our records, we audit ourselves, we audit every activities in the Nigerian police force. And even officers, we audit our officers. If an officer is alleged of something, of course, we've seen in the media spaces where officers are being paraded for several disciplinary concerns. So to say Nigerian Police Force is one of the most accountable organizations in Nigeria.
Yeah, but do you believe maybe that this corruption that touches on the legislature, executive, judiciary, that's probably also touched on the police?
I don't have comment for that.
It's all right. Thank you so much, DSP Musa Mohammed.
Thank you for having me on your program.
Great.
Thank you.
We are Bayels and some Nigerians. If we continue with this interview, there are 1,001 questions more to ask of you. Well, I would leave that for
next time.
Meetings with you, and hopefully that you will indulge us as much as you have done so today. We cannot thank you enough for coming.
Thank you for coming. Thank you so much.
My name is Henry. We've had DSP Musa Mohammed, the Police Public Relations Officer by our State Police Command. And also I have had with me doing this interview, the Ayo of Yentown. Until the next episode, have a nice day.
Thank you, guys.
The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency, Senator Doye Duri, the Prosperity Government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Hello there, jolly good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on this edition of Chat with Naija Live Television, where we discuss important issues that will cause societal change with important personalities. And today we turn our attention to the environment, specifically matters of erosion. That's something we will typically complain about. Several communities in Bayelsa State, Obogoro, Dioma, a number of communities are rocked by this particular phenomenon, and sometimes we wonder what the causes are. Many would say that humans are part of the cause. We here in Bayelsa might be part of this cause, and a particular thing we do, certain things we do, could cause this problem. Narrowing down now, there is one particular matter that's been subject of controversy. It's been all over the social media. People frowning at government for deciding to take what many say is the bold step to place a ban on its mining. It's black sand. So we discuss black sand today and the consequences it has for our environment. The mining of it. My name is Henry. Mwifla had mentioned that this is Chat Naija Live Television, and today we have a renowned environmentalist. He is also the head of ECAD in Bayelsa State. ECAD is the Environmental Conservation, Agricultural and Rural Development. He's also the technical advisor to the governor of Bayelsa State on environment. I mentioned a renowned environmentalist. He is Comrade Lago Morris. It's good to have you. Comrade, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Ahan, for having me here for the very first time, and thank you.
Made in appearance.
Yes,
you're
made
welcome,
in
sir.
appearance, and thank you for inviting me.
All right, sir, let's get right to it. Black sand. I think many persons, when you mention mining and mining of sand, they immediately come to terms with what that entails, but there is an angle to it now, or what has been added to it, black sand mining. What exactly is the difference between black sand mining and proper mining? At the end of the day, you mine sand, no? But what's the difference between black sand mining and mining? Let's understand what black sand mining is entirely.
All right, thank you very much. In terms of natural resources, when you are taking natural resources from the environment, just like gold, earth materials, they all fall within mining. Even when you are drilling, extracting oil, they are all falling within the extractive industry. Yeah. The only difference with this black sand mining is that it is on top of this, the soil, on top of the ground. You may not need to dig too far. You know that the Bayelsa State government had placed, ban on the sand mining, sand dredging, all around the state before the issue of black sand actually hit public space. And because of the indiscriminate sand dredging, which poses a danger to public property, private properties around our communities, the government deemed it fine to ensure that the mining of sand is regulated, especially when you talk about commercial mining. Mining for building construction, road construction, and all of that is huge. And so, unregulated mining, at the end of the day, will result into a situation whereby we begin to blame government. Where is the government? We will call government all sorts of names. You know, as an activist, I know the names we used to call government. Even irresponsible government ought to act like this, ought to act like that. And so, when black sand mining came into our lexicon, the government also sent out officials to go and investigate. They came back, they confirmed, and you know, before his demise, may he so rest in peace, the former deputy governor. Unfortunately, we are looking at it as a controversial issue. It ought not to be, because black sand is now found in our environment. There is need for us to ensure that it is properly not only regulated, but ensure that at the end of the day, it does not pose danger to our communities, our environment, and also revenue loss to government and also to the communities. That's why regulation is very important. And don't forget, Bayelsa State stands a very good ground to benefit from it, if we want to go to that, because the state has the longest stretch on the Atlantic coastline, running from Brass local government area, southern Naija, and Ekirimo. No state in the Niger Delta has that type of stretch. It's only Bayelsa, and so we have a comparative advantage. And that's why, to properly regulate this, the governor has set up machineries of relevant agencies, officers are working on it. Also considering the fact that recently there was a victory in the courts where the Lagos state government and the Bayelsa state government came out victorious against the federal government, trying to control everything about our marine ecosystem, waters. And the ruling was that anything on top, on the surface, belongs to the state. The state can control. And so we stand a better chance of
anything on the surface. Black sand, is it inclusive?
It definitely is on the surface.
It's on the surface?
Yes, on the surface. And when you talk about surface, you know, the petroleum industry talk about 6 feet below, anything 6 feet below.
Okay.
Okay. So this one is above 6 feet.
Above 6
anything
feet. Okay.
Above 6 feet.
Okay.
And the governor has also asked the relevant office to study the ruling and then come up with necessary advice for the way forward.
You mentioned Southern Naija, Ekirimo, and the Brass. This means that black sand can only be found around this area, and so the other local governments in Bayelsa need not concern themselves with the issue of whether there is black sand in their domain or not. Or can we, by chance, find black sand also in all these local governments?
Yes, you may, because they talk about washing off, wearing off of rocks, and then the waves bringing them to land, to the shore.
Okay, that's exactly the black sand.
Yes, but then, like you did ask, we may find it in other local governments, because I read what Professor Adias, Teddy Adias, also scripted on it, and these are experts and researchers. He did mention about black sand in other local government, and talked about certain things. And if places like Ahoda is also talking about it, Port Harcourt is talking about it. I heard there is a factory in Ahoda dealing with black sand. So people have gone far with this, so we are just waking up, and I think we need to get it right.
But if we're discussing black sand mining, a ban on black sand mining, and we've already made a move, there are people who before now benefited from mining black sand who are now going to be unemployed as a result of this ban. Is it possible that the government will be making a a move in their direction to help them with, because I mean, I don't know exactly what the government will be doing, because you can't exactly tell them to go learn a skill now, except maybe give them the enablement to open up a business or something. But is the government looking in that direction? Because unemployment breeds, what's it called now, theft and insecurity and all of those things. So maybe, so the government does not, in trying to solve one problem, cause another problem.
Yes, I think the government will not on its own go out to deny people chances of making a living, livelihood. The only thing is that an unregulated, the earlier you start with the regulation, the better. So the people who say they have been mining all those while they've been benefiting, let them also wait a little bit now for the system to be regulated. I know some are complaining, they go to logging, people say no. They go to coal fire, they say no. They come to sand mining, they say no. But we shouldn't forget that some countries do not have crude oil. They depend on their forest resources, you know, and those places, they regulate these resources that they have. And Bayelsa State need to take positive advantage of this, you know, new gold that we have found. If we hadn't named crude oil black gold, maybe it's this one that we would have named black gold. Like lithium. Lithium is being mined in Kogi, Nasarawa, and some other place, Kaduna, like that. And it is called white gold because it is whitish. And they have their largest factory in the capital of Nasarawa State, Lafia. And the factory is there. It is working in the interest of both the investor and for the state. People who are working in that industry are also benefiting. So we are looking at a situation whereby the government, at the end of the day, will ensure that if investors are coming, after proper environmental impact assessment, to ensure that our environment is safe enough, then allow these people to operate within the state, manufacture whatever you want to, refine it here in the state, so that you give employment to our people, our teaming unemployed, you know, youths, and other category of persons that are qualified. That way, it will be a win-win situation. The state will benefit, the communities will benefit, and those who are employed will also benefit with the investor. Mind you, we have been shouting on top of the roof about coastal erosion. And I, for one, I have not been satisfied, because I've been in the fore, calling on the federal government, the Ecological Fund, calling on NDDC, and even the state government, because Bayelsa State is most deltaic and suffers more of the, you know, impacts when it comes to flooding, eroding our community waterfronts, riverbanks, then the waves eating up our communities on the coastline, right from, like you did mention, Ojiama, Congo, Sangana, Brass, Opoma, you go to up to, you know, Foroba, Ekeni, Eze, to up to Bilabiri. And so, we have been shouting and we've not been seeing the type of response that we ought ordinarily to get. And should we now allow people to exacerbate or increase those things that we have been saying is affecting the communities?
Now, comrade, this is exactly the reason many persons are concerned. We know we struggle from coastal erosions. We struggle from erosion, quite all right. But is erosion the only reason government is deciding to place a ban on black sand mining? Put differently, is black sand mining the entire cause of erosion in our communities, in Odioma, Afropa, and all of the communities you mentioned? Can we point to black sand mining as the ultimate cost, as the only cost? Or if we were to rate the causes rather of black sand mining, would we, or rather erosion, would we put black sand mining at the top of it?
We should not walk that path of saying that we have been suffering from erosion since, like some people will say. I remember going to some coal fire sites and somebody was defending. All along they've not been cleaning the spill sites, they've been flaring gas, and so now that we've gotten where we will get our own living, we do it. We do our own coal fire. You see the excuse? So if others have been doing, if the government have not been have not put off gas flare, it has not ended, and then they are not doing cleanup while we are shouting that they should do cleanup. So you say you also add to that problem. That is not logical. The right thing to do is to prevent anything that will, encourage that type of undesirable situation or condition, environmental condition. Apart from that, don't forget, even the lithium that they are mining, like lead mining in Zamfara, we know how many people that died. Some years ago, a lot of people died because of lead poisoning. Even this Nasarawa where they are mining lithium, it is giving them some environmental problem, poisoning their source of drinking water. We know artisanal miners, even in the gold sector, even in Ghana, there was a time this Galamsey, they call it Galamsey, artisanal miners. But as we speak, I just came from Abuja on Thursday, West African countries, Nigeria, we all met. And some persons from Ghana, they were still telling us that because of the artisanal mining and even the real industries, most of their water, they cannot drink water again. Fishes are dying on their own. It's poisoning. Now, if you look at these essential minerals, because as we say, we are shifting away from fossil fuel, maybe we are going to the renewables. People are now discovering more very important minerals that will aid, in computer production, battery life. Most of the computer we use, the phone we use, and other, industrial use. People are going into debt. And that is why these minerals are all important. And as you go into mining them in large quantity, commercial quantity, and even maybe to the point of processing them, the byproducts may result in ways that will poison our people. And we'll leave this to the experts. When I read through what Professor Teddy Adias presented, he mentioned some of the hazards. I don't want to begin to on screen here, begin to read the script. Otherwise, in fact, I printed it out before coming, but I don't want to read on screen. We
could just indulge you, if it's a minute, since you already printed it out. Okay. We could indulge you. It's best that we know of the consequences of this. Get to the part where it's a lengthy script, yeah. We all get to the part of the consequences and read it out, because for biologists are watching, and it's important to get that knowledge out there, so people know that when they indulge, so the consequences.
Like here, he talked about radioactivity. Monazite is one of the elements you find in them. It's naturally radioactive. It contains thorium and uranium, which are naturally occurring radioactive materials. Research published in Science Reports has demonstrated that rutile, zircon, and monazite from black sand mining site carry radioactivity concentration that exceeds the average world safety limits for sand texture materials. Now you are talking about radioactive materials.
These are things that, like uranium is used for making nuclear weapons. Yes,
nuclear weapon, aerospace, all those things, paint manufacturing, quite a lot are involved.
Now there is, you just read this, and then it occurred to me that there is just too many abundant resources the Niger Deltans have been blessed with, and this is yet another one, monazite, you mentioned, within which we have uranium, and this is something that many did not quite think Nigeria has or possesses. A lot of economic opportunities there. Is government looking to tap into it, or does it just stop at placing a ban? What's the next step? I'm asking because I know you are technical advisor to the governor.
Look at what he even made reference to the governor. He said, quoting the governor, we are already suffering from the challenges of oil and gas exploitation, environmental pollution, environmental degradation, and the loss of aquatic resources. We do not want a repeat of that experience through the unregulated mining of black sand. He quoted the governor. Now, the need for regulation is not to deny citizens or investors. The government also needs money, revenue, not only from oil, because oil is a finite resource.
Now, oil is regulated. Oil mining, extraction is regulated. Yet we see this much disaster it causes in the Niger Delta.
You see, the advantage of solid mineral mining is that this is solid mineral. The law between oil mining and solid mineral mining are different. The federal government's act on solid mineral 2007 indicates, and we know, that double standard in this mining sector. When the person who are the investor has gotten license to come and operate in your environment, he has to go into agreement with the community on community development matters. The community will place their demand, and it's when they agree that the process will go on. It is not MOU as our people have been writing with oil companies. MOU are just like gentleman agreement that can be discarded at any time. And that's why sometimes we advise our communities, it should be agreement, not MOU. So the Solid Mineral Act stated categorically that it should be an agreement reached between the one who has gotten the license to go and mine with the community. So you see that there are opportunities for the communities too when the time comes. So government has to look into all of this, look at the Nigerian mining, solid mineral mining law. The state government will also look at where it can also come in that our people will benefit, the communities will benefit. So regulating is not bad. Even if your child today now wins billions of dollars, I think you should be able to advise the person, especially if the person doesn't have the capacity to think.
No, comrade, regulating is not bad.
Yes.
At all. It's not bad. Well, the problem now is we live in Nigeria, and I'm sure you also know that it is a country where many have said, and we have evidently seen, that anything can go when certain monetary promises exchange hands.
Yes.
The people who are involved in this, although the locals are involved, but many would say that it is even foreign interests. So they also have basic agreements with the locals who now allow them to go ahead with this mining. These are foreign interests that are ready to at any point do this and give to any other person who is supposed to be supervising them, and then they allow for mining to take place. The question I'm asking here is, in all of these, would we not still see mining that is going to be done without environmental impact assessment?
Very good. Before any investor will go to the field and start operating, the state government's policies will be expected to be adhered to, whereby the community component will be there. The government has said that it will not honor any agreement between communities and any such investor going behind. Now we have won. The state has won a case that anything on top belongs to the state. Nobody owns natural resources. Nobody is stopping you from going to the bush to go and cut your palm trees and do your palm oil. Nobody is stopping you from going to do your fishing and farming. But when you come to this mining and unregulated timber, logging, then a responsible government needs to do something. I empathize with our community people, because as an environmentalist, if anything happens and we don't speak, they say Alagwa don't look the other side, they don't chop money. I never chop money from any community. I never chop money. No community can accuse Alagwa Morris, since I've been doing this work, that I've ate 1 penny from them, that they've sent me 200,000, 100,000, 50,000. I'm boldly saying it here. No community. So, if I look the other side, the highest thing they will say, stomach infrastructure. He has collected money. It's because he's in government, he doesn't want to say anything. No. Wherever I am, the community's environment interests should be protected. Then again, if it is not regulated, like most of the insecurity that is happening, the meeting I went to, the conference I went to in Abuja, all these things came out. Some of the insecurity issues that we are having is because of these mining issues. People are mining very seriously, fine, minerals in the north, Kogi and some other places, and they don't want people to come close. There are places where there are secret airstrips. The foreigners will come, they take and they go. And we don't want our own within our shorelines for people to be armed with gun and then say, no, nobody comes here. And then maybe they turn the gun against even us. because some persons will come with ship from the Atlantic and then come and collect and go. So it is better we understand ourselves for the sake of peace and genuinely go about this mining when the window is open and when we know how to go about it. Allow the experts to also advise us that if you do like this, no problem. If you do like this, it will hurt our communities and us.
Okay.
Yes.
As it stands, the window is not open yet, so people cannot legitimately or
That's
legally
why
put in
it
to
is
start
called
mining.
illegal. That's why it is called illegal.
And what I'm saying is the state government has not already finalized modalities as to one who is looking to go into the business properly, to go into the black sand mining business properly.
Yes, I think.
Or can anybody who's looking to mine now immediately approach the state government already and get authorization to do so?
The Commissioner for Commerce and Trade, I think he was on radio this morning saying that government is doing something about investors and the sand mining. I think they are working around the clock to ensure that the window is open as soon as possible and carrying the communities along. Communities should also organize. Sometimes it's not good to just stay far and cry. Organize yourself and come to the relevant office and ask question.
Okay.
Why is this happening like this? Why is this thing happening? Government will tell you why things are going that way. Otherwise, this lack of communication will just be making things unpalatable for all of us.
The very week that the state government announced the ban
Yes.
on black sand mining, pictures flooded the internet, Facebook particularly. I saw photos, I saw pictures, I beg your pardon, videos, right, of a naval carrier or something, escorting what seemed to be black sand. I'm sure you saw it too, the way you're smiling. I confirm that you saw it too. I also mentioned foreign interest, and these are people who typically engage these federal security operatives to, perpetuate these illegal mining. Beyond the ban that's been placed, is the state government setting up a task force that will be made up of security agencies as well, that will ensure that stuff of this nature does not happen, that we don't see a foreign interest using another security apparatus to move signs illegally mined? Is it possible? Has the government done anything in that regard? So it goes beyond talk. I know that they also, was it last year or 2 years back when they started talking about indiscriminate logging of wood and felling of woods? At first it was just a talk until I think a task force was set for it. So there's been some sort of improvements now in that regard, Well, has the state government done anything of that nature? Or are they still on the initial stages of black sand mining has to be a thing?
Talking about foreign investors or foreign interests, for now, I do not have that fact. But whatever be the case, there must be insiders. I saw that boat allegedly carrying black sand and being escorted by gunboats, and it goaded me to make a statement on Facebook. That was in June, and also some persons were arrested. I was also one of those who pleaded that those persons arrested should be released. It's just happening now. They were looking for their daily bread.
They've also been released, I learned.
Yeah, so what is there is that there will always be insiders doing that. Trust Nigerian businessmen. Sometimes it's not even, some of those people doing that, and it's not poverty. We have the real cocoa guys that are suffering, that their own is a day, if they're able to load 50 bags and get their 1,000 naira per bag, they will dance, hallelujah. But there are some people who have fat bank accounts. They have hundreds of millions in their accounts. You can't call those people poor people now. Those are the type of people that are pushing this type of businesses, that will have the audacity to meet military men, meet their oga kwata and then say, I want this, and then maybe the oga kwata will give go ahead, say.
They do this also using the local people who they employ. So that employment, 10-20% for each miner would not be there. That's the ripple effect.
Yes, you cannot because of today. Remember tomorrow. You cannot because of today. The concept of sustainable development is that as you're operating, as you like this thing and you want to take it in a sustainable way, that the man that is the one that is still in the womb will also come and partake in that thing, not to just voraciously finish everything. Like those who will tell Pontius Pilate that let it happen, the punishment be on our children, because they want to kill Jesus. No, not like that. Say, let us finish it now. No. If you go to our environment, sometimes some people don't even see monkey anymore. But in those days, while we are growing, but before you travel from Port Harcourt to Nembe and Brass, you see the monkeys come and they'll be playing by the bank of the river. Today you don't see them anymore. A lot of things have happened in our environment. So we should not act like the Israelites who say, crucify him and let the punishment be on our children. You now you should receive your punishment. Leave the other people coming to.
Well, it seems as though we are already receiving our consequences for the ones our parents did to us. So we should not be looking to do same to our children if we love them.
Yes, exactly. So let's pray that government's action will be swift enough, will move fast for us to ensure that we look at the pros and the cons, do environmental impact assessment, and ensure the safety of the environment within our communities. Then, with proper investors, they allow the ball to keep rolling.
Okay, well, as it stands, it's state government that's still doing the advocacy, and they've placed the ban, they're doing the advocacy. Do you see other stakeholders? What other stakeholders do you see trying to also engage the locals and help in promoting this message? And are they doing it, or have they all left it for the state government?
Right now, the situation is a bit tense and dicey. Any person who comes out and say, no dua, you are like an enemy.
To the people.
Because you see food that is ready, and the person wants to eat, you say,
no,
don't eat. You know? So most people are looking at it from that angle. So it's few people like us who will say, in the interest of all of us, now so the team view, I support you, say you're supposed to eat that food. But allow them, making cold first. If you eat and now, you get as you go do you. You know, many people don't want to be abused. They don't want to see themselves as sellout. They don't want to be called names. So people have not started going into it. But I think very soon, people are going to, like when we were advocating for Bofire to be licensed. And some of us started it early on radio, TV, newspaper, even right before former Deputy Governor, retired Godwia John Jonah, and SLG, right in the government house here. Even JTF commander was here. We said it, advocated for it. That do proper feasibility study and allow these people to operate, grant them license. But the powers that be has not consented to that. So whatever I believe in, I will say it. Yeah, provided it is something which is sayable. Yes, but I won't advise people to go against the law. If the law says don't do, but there will always be people to disobey the law. And that's why we have the law enforcement agencies. That's why we have the penitentiaries, the prisons, the correctional centers. And if you say no, you won't agree, then.
Okay.
But I don't want people to go to that extent of say, I not go agree.
Now, talking about the law, it isn't quite stipulated what your fine would be, how whether you go to prison, what the prison imprisonment terms would look like. It isn't, because it has not gotten to the State Assembly, and the State Assembly has not done anything for it. Do you not think that this is something that the State Assembly should immediately move on and provide a legal framework? Even the issue of indiscriminate felling of woods, the State Assembly is yet to look into it as per way of legislation, and well, pretty soon they will be wrapping up their term in office.
This is another opportunity for me to use the opportunity to advocate for the forestry law that has passed through public hearing to see the light of day. Just as advocating for the Bayelsa Directorate for Flood and Erosion Control to have a legal backing. Now, just about a little about a year when Senator Doedri took up the mantle of leadership, he instructed the line ministries to come up with a holistic forestry law. And it's over 4 years now, we've not seen that coming to light. And the forestry law is strictly, intricately tied to this very ban on forest product. So I believe it is still in the making, but the earlier it is passed, like you said, very soon now, people will go into campaigning seriously, and then there will be no time for passage of law. So agreed. They will look at it from the point of law, but then don't forget, when the government say it has banned, executive orders are law, are to be respected. So when the government has passed that type of instruction to public and you disobey, they cannot look at any other law to say they will use that one to punish you. It depends on the discretion of the judges and the magistrates to say you have faulted the order of the state governor or the state government not to do this, and you have done this, so are you guilty or not guilty? You will answer all those questions, and if you are not so lucky in defending yourself, you go to Okaka. And the Nigerian solid mineral mining law is also there. Before you do, if you are doing artisanal mining without license, without authorization, you will be, sanctioned. So I agree with you. That's why the governor has also asked the Attorney General to look at this, very critically and come up with advice for the government to, take action. And the Commissioner for Environment was also giving some some instruction, the marine and blue economy. Don't forget, they're also talking about establishing a body that will take care of the marine and blue economy, something on the coastline. Yes, so all those will pass through legislation, and I believe something is in the making. Before the bread comes out of the oven, it has to go through processes. Yes.
I'm also hopeful that before the bread comes out of the oven, that
you go through
the proper processes,
yes.
The proper processes are being done on it. Thank you so much, Comrade Elago Morris, for really coming in to help scale these matters for us today. But the real question still stands. People who are already disengaged from this, what do you advise them? How do they continue with livelihood?
You see, before they banned motorcycle in Yenagua, during Silva's administration, I was one of those in the fore shouting that it should not be banned because it will take food away from those cyclists. But at the end of the day, they said bikes should not pass in front of government house. But when Seriaki Dixon came, they banned them. And rain will not fall. Keke is moving now, and then those people who have been going for amputation in the FMC, they are no longer getting people amputated. The complaint then was that people were getting their leg amputated.
Heaven no fall, but 88% of Biafrans are living in multi-dimensional poverty.
Do you think myself, I have money? Do you think I have money? If
you're better than most persons.
Go and check my account.
So persons are not eating as we speak now.
They are red. My account is red.
Your account is red.
Yes, my account is red. So
some people know their account too.
I am not within that rich line. I'm also within the poverty line. Yes, because even if my salary comes today, people who the pressure from people are there. Even today, how many people have reached out to me? I've lost my father-in-law. Please help me with whatever I can. This one want to do marriage. This one want to do naming ceremony. This one want to do like this. Somebody told me these 2 days that he puts his phone off. So if you want to reach him, send him message. Anytime you on it and you see message, you read and then reply, put it off again. Because of the pressure. And if not for this pressure, I wonder what this society will look like. I agree with you. I wake up sometimes in the morning, I also think about my tomorrow. How will it be after this time? So don't see people like us who are talking, encouraging people to be somehow that it is better. No, I agree that the situation is really, really precarious in this country. There is no social security scheme. In some countries, once you get to a certain age, you will be getting social welfare. The unemployed are also taken care of in one way or the other. I know Bayelsa State, there was a time when during the Henry Seriaki Distance administration, even that of the Senator Doyetiri's administration, some persons were being paid from above 60 years in our communities, 10,000 per month or 5,000 per month, things like that are being paid. But all this needs to be legislated upon so that it's not like when the Pharaoh who knows Moses is no more, the other one come and then discard Joseph. Once it is legislated, any governor that comes, the policy is there. It's just to follow. It's a roadmap. So we need this in this society, even in this state, not only in this state, but in entire Nigeria, to lessen this burden.
We have a problem around this side of the world. We have laws like you mentioned now, that it's just to legislate upon it, especially that allows for money to be sent or stipends to be sent
social
to
welfare.
the elderly, social welfare to the elderly at the end of the month. The next government could just come, and while it's a law, they decide not to vote so much resources, decide not to put anything inside of the budget. There is the Center for Youth Development. I believe there's a Center for Women Development. Go to the budget, you might likely just see 20-30 million naira there, and that's like overhead, nothing more, nothing added. So youth development or women development has nothing.
I agree with you. That's why I say I do not support political party. I support individuals. Doidri is different from others. There was this pensioners not being paid here, and their pensioners were going on protest, and some were beaten. But immediately Doidri came in. As a different person, he started clearing the backlog of pensioners' benefits. So it is the individual, even though they were of the same party. Yes. So look at what OT is doing in Abia. There was somebody before him, and today the Abians are singing his praise. So it is the individual, whether the laws are obeyed or not. Once the right person comes, we will ensure that the law is straightened. Yes, so it's better. Law is there to control our activities, put us in line, because without law, we'll go back to jungle life.
Okay, we get back to black sand as we finalize our discourse this afternoon. It has consequences that are dire for us.
Yes.
Black sand mining, illegal black sand mining has consequences that are dire for us. And I had asked earlier if it is not possible that while the black sand mining is ongoing, we still have people who would just pay money and choose to subvert the due process and still put us in the quagmire that we are afraid not to get into now, much like we see in the mining of crude oil and all of those. I'd asked that, but I'd like for you to speak to us on the consequences, so those who are watching, those who are listening would know not to go into this. The consequences of black sand mining, it's erosion, you've mentioned, but would like to stretch on this. There is already climate change that's disturbing us and causing flooding and repeated, flooding and erosion. But just broaden it.
Yeah, people are rushing into mining different types of mineral all over the world. And in most places, what causes problem is the mineral resources they have. Congo is an example. A typical example is Congo. Congo is very rich in different types of minerals. And that's why they have conflict.
They're always fighting.
Seriously, fighting each other to control those resources. Now we are saying that the world is moving away from petrol, related energy. They want to go into the renewables. How do you stay in the renewable world? You need some of these minerals that they are looking for now to ensure that we have long-lasting battery for our phones, for our computers, and then even for the solar energy power that we are enjoying, the street lights, those solar panels. They also need some of these minerals, to empower them, to store the energy. And to get this, if you are not careful, you will endanger your environment, not only from physical conflicts, where you see armed struggle, but you also physically injure your environment, like talking about this radioactivity and other, turbidity that will be affecting the water around that area. So, just like you talk about the food we eat, you have proteinous, you have carbohydrate food, and then the different foods, they all have different minerals, vitamins, and all of that. That is how this black sand contains different, elements that are important to the world, to different industries. Now, it is a natural resource, and government needs to come in to ensure that it is, mined in an appropriate way that will not be harmful and will not cause the type of conflict that we are hearing Sudan, Congo, and even right now in some parts of northern Nigeria. You see, let's continue to enjoy the peace we have. Yes, job loss here and there are there, but then we need to also look at the issue of a positive contribution to those who are doing real fishing and farming. They need to be encouraged. If there is an encouragement, like I used to monitor oil spill, Some people will tell you that even when government is giving loan, it doesn't come to them. They go and borrow money from us, the cooperatives, buy engine, buy everything, and then they go to this ocean, and then oil spill will come and destroy all those, even destroy their engine. Or even sea pirates sometimes will attack them and take their fish and take their engine. So government needs to bridge that gap to ensure that you encourage, productive fishing, responsible fishing, and also farming. We need to encourage farming too, because a lot of people have run away from even farming. They won't farm, they'll be in the community in the daytime, smoking, drinking. In the night, they will go to people's farm and harvest dozens of plantains that they did not sow. So we need to go back to the drawing board, encourage our people to take to some other means of livelihood. Not only this quick one that as you load 100 bags, you get 100,000 naira. So you will be loading those bags with your shovel, fast to get 100,000 naira a day. That's what they do in some of the areas. They load this black sand. Yes, fast money. Even fire, they say fast money. We should follow the natural way sometimes. This money we are pursuing. You will leave it and go. Let's live our natural life and breathe well, enjoy life rather than hurry. No, it's not good. We have lost quite a lot when you talk about living naturally. Everybody wants it now. No, it's not like that. So there is so much that needs to be done in going back to sensitize our people, talk to our people, not to always be showing films one kind. You are not telling the people that these people you are watching on Z World, their people are also working in the farms. They are working in the poultry, the piggery, and the different types of agriculture that they have in their environment. We should show those documentaries. We should encourage people that in the dignity of labor, you get some kind of satisfaction. You see, so that gradually will bring back peace, genuine peace, not the one controlled by gun. Genuine peace to our environment. We should recognize the place of naturalness. You see, so people who want to do mining, when the time comes, they should work within the confines of the law. Definitely, some will, as we are speaking now. Some will be doing it in the night. Some will be patrolling with their boats, loading and taking away only in the nights. Yes. And when they are caught, they are in problem. Just like people who are stealing crude oil. So that is the problem. We can't say these people are stealing black sand, but it's that they are going contrary they are going contrary to the law. Yes, of saying don't do it. It's illegal. Yeah, so I want to use this opportunity to call on our community leaders. If they have any doubt in terms of information, they should approach the Ministry of Information. The commissioner is there. The office of the Commissioner for Environment is also there, and others. The Trade and Industry Commissioner is also there. Go there and get your information. Ask the necessary questions that you need to ask, so that government will also understand your position, and then help government to arrive at certain decision that will be win-win for all.
I see a sense and reason in the government, deciding to do a ban on illegal black sand mining, but I fear that we might not have the wherewithal, we might not know how to properly effect this ban and ensure that it is not done in the dark. For instance, in Nigeria, you are laughing, comrade, but in Nigeria, we struggle with the problem of crude oil theft.
Yes.
It only took the engagement of private security firms, Tantita and the one headed by Matthew Tonlaha, and that of
Pipeline Infrastructure.
Yeah, Pipeline Infrastructure Limited. Yeah. There's the last one. So it's because we engaged them, we're seeing a reduction in crude oil theft and an upsurge in the barrels we produce per day. Would the state not need to engage firms of this nature that are properly equipped, to be able to effectively tackle? Because I think there is more money in this over the logging of wood, I like to think. So it's technological something, so there's more money in it. So maybe government needs to take a stronger approach to this than just a normal task force.
If government engages community leadership effectively, if government engages the community leadership, from the youth presidency to the paramount ruler or clan head, the monarchs, I think it will be effective. Sometimes it's not always law and order. We should also practice equal rights and justice, not just law. And so when we talk to ourselves, some people say big man talk to big man understand. When we talk to our people and give the real reasons why this shouldn't be for now, I think we will understand ourselves and we go back home and talk to ourselves. If you are still doing it, you are doing it on your own. As a stranger, we find you in our community, what do you come for is for this? No, please, it is not allowed within our territory. That is possible with proper synergy with our community leadership, not excluding the youth leadership. The youth leadership needs to be carried along, because when they understand, and also instead of you to engage some other task force, that money that you use in engaging those task force, give it to the community leadership to do their own monitoring. It will help, rather than getting people from other communities to go to other places to go and monitor. Before you know, there will be shootouts. There will be shootouts. Even this profile that private security people try to stop, right from the time of Dallon Security, led by David Lyon. Yeah, used to be shootout. You are going to stop some people, before you know, you hear gunshot from the other side. That's why they also go with security people sometimes. You see, so monies meant for, like you suggested, for sending up task force that may also disappoint us. Yes, some task force members can disappoint us.
Absolutely.
Gather the community people, know their challenges, give them some money to do the, if you see something, say something for us. I think that would be better.
Okay, yeah, you're right on that. I couldn't agree more too. But I don't know. I want to say we have a problem again. Our environment, our environment is one that is delicate, really delicate. We've had several campaigns over the years to ensure that, we have a better environment. We tell people, don't throw things in waterways. They need to hear that one. No, plastic pollution affects us; it's cancerous. They need to hear that one. No, don't vandalize pipeline. You are doing it at your own detriment. They really concern our people. No. Like when you tell them that this thing you're doing causes a problem in the immediate future, a year, 2 years, you're seeing the after effects of it. Climate change is here. We see the flooding is coming. It's coming. Yeah. We see the effects of climate change. Well, it doesn't really enter, because if I still go to my street now, I see somebody who is throwing something on inside of the gutter. You still see. What's the message? How are we going to talk to these people for them to really understand that these things, including black sand mining now, it's a no-go, because it is like you killing yourself a stab at a time.
Yeah. I first started seeing this in Port Harcourt. Whenever it rains, not now, some years ago, you see people run into their houses, bring their refuge basket, jump into the gutter right in front of their house. And then, as the thing is going, they are happy. Where is that thing going to? It's going, if at all it will get to the water side, it's going to the waterfront. And then the waterfront become derelicts. In those days when we are going to Okrika waterside, Nindu waterside, and other places in Port Harcourt to swim, it was clean.
Then there were no much plastic.
There were no plastic, no waterproof set. When
because
you buy
we didn't quite have a number of those products in the market then.
They use paper to wrap granite for you. But with this plastic explosion, everywhere can our waterside, you can no longer bathe. So bad.
Can we get biodegradables to wrap products?
Yeah, in some countries they are working on it. Even here, this what's this her name? I've forgotten. Winsome and others. Right now, people are hunting for plastics, the plastic bottles. Even sometimes when you organize program, by the time you are living there, even if it's a marriage party or whatever, you see children, people come and pick up they are struggling to get all the plastic bottles. That is our savior for now.
That's another business black sand miners can go into.
That is our savior for now, otherwise it would have been very, very bad. However, these takeaway packs from eateries and mama puts are using, these are the worst type of waste that you see in the gutters, in the drains, and plastics, cans. You hardly see those plastic bottles again, these water bottles and all of that, because people are hunting for them. Now, like you said, maybe the advocacy, the sensitization is not enough. Some people, they need it again and again for them to be embarrassed. You go to their neighborhoods with megaphone, and then be hollering. Make people know they throw away something for gutter again.
I feel like we did away with megaphones and town criers too early, because our people are still that kind of people.
Yes, we need those type of movements.
Sensitization.
For example, you can start gradually from one community to another around the state capital. Some people will take it to their village. And then you also think of how community people in their own communities will rightly dispose of these same materials. Because if you go to some of our communities that are becoming cosmopolitan, like Brass, Nembe, Amasoma, they are also becoming like this gradually. So how do they dispose of these materials? Experts need to teach them how to do it. Is it to bury? Is it for recycling? I think the Bayelsa State government under the current administration was also thinking about a recycling plant. And if we have that, the number of kilos you bring there, you get something from it. And that's a way of encouraging these people, school children, young persons.
It becomes a business. A lot of persons are looking to go into it. There won't be a problem of waste.
That is it.
They will be dragging for that waste. They'll be dragging for it. It will become scarce resources that people are
then these people that are owning shop, unfortunately, the days we grew up is quite different from now. We grew up in an era whereby as you come out from your yard, there is enough space where children will play around before the road.
Okay.
People will come out, sit down in front of their yard and be seen looking at the environment. But today, every house facing the road is a store, an office, store. And you don't know strangers coming around. You just say they are customers. So within the neighborhood, sometimes you don't know who is a stranger anymore. That is also a security risk. Now, people who live within the front that has gutter, you see the gutter is clogged with solid waste. And you are waiting for government to come and clean it. Yet we have every last Saturday as sanitation day. No. You need to play roles expected of you. Because better soup na money killer. You cannot just be talking, government never do this, government never do that. That small one in front of your store, your barbing saloon, your boutique, your provision store, you've not been able to remove that. No. The bigger gutters, the bigger drains, leave them for government. And even those ones, if you are selling something, you have office within that area, and you are observed to be dumping something in that area, you'll be held responsible. And that is where government needs to take a lead. Because when I post some of these things, I hear people saying, what is the government doing? When government begins to take action, they will say whether we are in the military. But we all have roles to play to ensure that our environment has that aesthetics. When people come in, they say, that place is clean. No, you cannot compare that place to the other place, the other city, and all of that. So we should step up. We should think of us as people with integrity. The Igbo man no better pass us now in terms of what is under the skin. When I had the opportunity to travel with the governor to Bangkok for the United Nations summit on river deltas. Look at the hotel was just by a river now. I not see one single come where they pass there throughout this 1 week that we stayed, and they were enjoying the every evening from 6:30. You see different boats cruising. People are doing party on top, inside, cruising till daybreak, and some of their transporting of materials is through the river. I was staying about 18th floor or thereabout. I was just sometimes sleep. I wake up and look at the window, enjoying what is happening. So why is it that these Europeans, these Oyibo people, get that mentality than us? We need to scale up to say, no, we are not dirty. We are not like this. So that importance as a human being, we will give it to ourselves. Nobody will come and give it to us. I feel so sad that we are giving this type of image to ourselves that we like dirty. They say dirty not the killer African man. Now lie. We need to move past this stage and see such things as eyesore that is not good, I have also watched from, I was in Norway the other time, and in the night I woke up, I came to look at the window. I saw their refuge disposals. In the dead of the night, they are going from compound to compound and emptying and putting into their trucks. In the dead of the night. So during the day, you don't see any deaths anywhere. So now in Bayelsa State, we know what the refuge collection contractor is doing, and we have other private refuge collectors. Why can't we pay and enable these people that are doing the private collection to come to our stores, to come to our house and collect from time to time? You pay monthly.
Thank you, comrade.
Yeah.
Sadu, you have to go now. I don't know if we've exhausted all you had in your mind when you came, but would like to give you room for your parting shots before we call the program.
Yeah, well, it's an opportunity to be here in the studio with you, talking about environmental issues. I only want to use this very rare opportunity to reach out to government agencies. Government agencies ought to be working in synergy. But very recently, I heard of a government department going to somewhere to, question people who are selling expired, products, minerals and some other things.
I saw that story. People
Yes.
from the Ministry of Environment.
And before you know, another agency of government,
reportedly the Sanitation Authority,
went and attacked the one from the ministry when they are supposed to work in synergy. Highest thing, you come there and say, oh, is it you people? Okay, we thought it were some talks or some miscreants. You just walk away. Government cannot be antagonistic to itself. Like I am now, even though I have toothache, I don't have to box my mouth. So government cannot be antagonistic to itself. Agencies need to work in synergy towards same goal. So that is the last, the parting shot that I felt I should give. And then for black sand miners, I understand with you, I empathize with you. But for now, I think government is doing the needful to ensure that the window is open at the appropriate time to enable investors and those who are to work in such industry or sector to do it legally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Alagwo Maurice. And this is where the curtain falls on the programs. Hardly is the size of our package. Until the next edition of Chat with Naija Live TV, I'm Henry Hamwifla. Bye-bye.
The impacts of climate change are upon us.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, we are for the peace. All for peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doyiduri-led Prosperity Government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Doyiduri, the Prosperity Government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocked canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, they can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board (EDTF). From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal, to the day a scientist steps into a brand new
And today we're
laboratory.
discussing something important for us as a society. We're discussing peace in Bayelsa State. We're joined by the leader of an organization that seeks to entrench this, that seeks to midwife ways at which we can have sustainable peace in Bayelsa State. Now, not just peace, but sustainable peace in Bayelsa State, with a focus on the Bayelsa State peace architecture. We're joined on this edition by Dr. Priye and Nabaraton. It's good to have you join us, please. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a long time that you have been hiding. Thank God that I finally.
Okay, that's
But once
clearly.
again, thank you, Bayelsans, for this opportunity. I'm very grateful. I hope we have a good save on this journey.
Absolutely. Bayelsa State peace architecture. You want to scale this for us? What's your mandate like? Is it you're a new organization? Have you been existing for a while? Would you want to talk to us about that, please?
Well, the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture is a coalition of interested persons that are interested in peace building in Bayelsa. Before now, we have different approaches towards peace building. That the police will do their own, civil society organizations will do their own, individuals that are interested in peace will intervene. And this project brings on board every interested persons, using the community leaders, using the local government leaders to the states. And the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture is made up from all these persons, this coalition of persons coming together. We have the NDLA, civil society group, the police, the military when intervention arises, and every youth organization, everybody that is interested in peace building. So I think that is key in one of our achievements, that we have been able to put these persons. So when we are talking about SPA, otherwise called the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture, it's not hidden, it is not far-fetched. It is interested persons that have been involved in peace building. And we thank God for what the European Union did. Before now, we were operating on our own. It was put together by the European Union in 2023. And the project was meant to cover rivers and also Bayelsa and Delta. The reason for it was because conflict in this Niger Delta, if it affects Delta, it also affects Bayelsa. If it affects Bayelsa, it also affects the river. So to look at an holistic form to see how we can solve the issues around conflict. So the key players that have been involved over time, we decided to come together to get these lessons from the state and move towards the Niger Delta region. So that is where we are, that we have the state peace architecture.
Okay, you have the police, you have the NDLEA, and
all other security
agencies
and non-security actors.
as part of your
Even
organization.
traditional rulers,
So,
even state government.
so what is it like in your meeting? What is it? What do you do particularly at SPA?
Okay. Well, the state peace architecture is interested in non-kinetic approach towards peace building. So we do mediation, we do prevention, we do dialogue, we do community engagement. And these tenets are what makes up the principles guiding the state peace architecture. Over the years, you see that as little as a conflict between husband and wife, if you don't nib it on the board, you will be surprised about how that conflict will escalate. Maybe a husband kills a wife. You are looking at it that is marital conflict, but it is not. The next person will say, this one is from my community. You kill my community woman. So before you know, community fight and community fight. Before you know, the soldiers will be called to go and quell the situation. Before you know, National Defense Council will sit on that little as husband and wife fight. So we are looking at best ways of preventing such conflict. As little as youth president conflict, that two persons are fighting to be youth president in that little community. If you don't nib it on the board, you will see it escalate to cult group fighting. As little as drug is being sold in the community that triggers conflict and all that. What do we do to curb such stress? So over the years, the SPA Bayelsa State has been able to champion this cause. So we have been able to look at the early drivers of conflict and also see how we can prevent them. So these are what the SPA has been doing. I receive calls, up to 10 calls every day. We have a tracking system, we otherwise call the early warning and early response system, that is laid across all the local government. If there is any conflict, for instance, as I'm here, I can tell you the trend of conflict. Let me start from the Ogbembiri issue. From the Ogbembiri issue, we have the purported bandit issue in Polako, that they said bandits are taking over Polako, Bahrain axis, that people run and all that. Immediately those information came, we analyzed it and we resolved that it was false from our dashboard and all that. So I was the one that called the commissioner of police to send him a message that, look, this is what is happening there, and he moved in immediately with his intelligence and all that. So there are a lot of things that the SPA do. We do them over time on the ground. We don't speak out. We don't do all that. But there is a need for us to also sensitize members of the public on embracing sustainable peace. No doubt, due to our activities over the years, you see that Bayelsa is being described as the most peaceful state. I can give you the indices from the National Bureau of Statistics. Now, National Bureau of Statistics cannot tell you that you are the most peaceful. They work with indices. First, the security of lives and property. What is the record? Can you compare it to Delta, that has pipeline surveillance issues that are going on, that has delimitation issues that are... I'm just giving you a clear example. That's Delta. Can you compare it to River State that has a governor and the other one, Yendeba crisis in River State? So if you look at this, I'm talking about the Naija Delta, just the Naija Delta. You're talking about the Ondo State crisis of conflict for resource mobilization. So if you look at all these indices, you see that Bayelsa is having the list of crime, kidnapping, you see drug, you see this, you see that, all the indices. When, as an individual, are you safe to come out in the night by 12 o'clock? If you ask me, it's yes.
Well, these things you've mentioned, that this is a function of SPA's relentless effort. So it's in fact what the governor was. I'm asking a question actually. I'm not taking a stance. I'm asking if they are a function of SPA's relentless effort. So if they are rather because of the governor's disposition, to matters of conflict and the way he typically would go in to resolve them, and some of the mechanisms he set in place. Is he the SPA? Does he have his input?
Well, the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture, like I said, is made up of even government officials. We don't operate alone. We have done the coalition to the point that Ministry of Youth, Ministry of Community Development, we have SAG's office, we have different strata cutting across all boards that are interested in the peace building process. So I cannot say that we are categorically sponsored by the state government. No, we are not. We are individuals that are interested in peace, driven by commitment and passion to change the narrative. Henry, I tell you clearly that rather than for us to continue complaining, we need to take our destiny in our hands. We need to take our peace destiny in our hands. And that is the effort that you are seeing today.
Let's go deeper.
Yeah.
Right? If we're talking about sustainable development,
Sustainable peace.
Yeah. Are we currently on the precipice of trying to achieve that? Could we say so? What is the winning strategy of, for instance, the governor of Bayelsa State that's sustaining peace? What is the strategy you think he's been implemented that's making for we to have peace?
Okay, well, first, I'm not a government spokesman, so that
just as an analysis,
if
you will, because you're a stakeholder in the peace building.
That assignment, I will answer it, but I will compare it to that of River State, for instance. So you asked me.
No, I'm not talking about relatively peaceful now. I'm only saying I'm a state that is relatively peaceful. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what the governor is doing, that you think that it's the winning strategy for security. So maybe the next governor will also know that that's something I want to do.
Yeah, okay. So first thing, we know that Bayelsa needs development. And the best way for you to tackle security and peace is by providing development. Any government that lacks that, you are already on the pathway of insecurity. I don't think that development that is happening in Bayelsa happens in states like Iraq, states like Afghanistan. I don't think, because it's presumably trouble zone. But immediately you carry cement and want to do something, your enemy will come and strike and scatter it. So if you're on the trajectory of building sustainable peace, you must think about development. And development comes with economic power. Without economic power, whatever you do is only a man that has fed himself that can think of resolving himself out from conflict. Conflict itself is from different strata, and if you don't look at the economic well-being of the people, it becomes a problem.
You mentioned development,
development,
and
economic and social status and disposition of the governor. You can see there are a lot of issues that ordinarily person will pick up and say, go knock them, go show them shege, go knock. Sometimes we wonder on those things.
If we want to discuss security and insecurity, what are the things that are likely to cause insecurity in Bayelsa? Some would mention militancy, right? Others would mention bunkery.
Let me mention those things.
Okay, militancy, bunkery.
No.
Mention now.
Bayelsa, we have grown beyond the issues about causes of conflicts. You know why? Conflict arises every day.
No, beyond conflict, insecurity.
Yeah, insecurity. You look at issues around resource mobilization and distribution.
Resource control?
Yes, resource control. Not the general resource, 13%. Among two brothers, there is resource control struggle.
Okay. Yeah.
You look at, that is where the issues about Tantita, security management, who does this, who does that.
That's where you mentioned the Delta State crisis.
So you see, among two brothers, there is resource control struggle.
As it applies to Bayelsa.
Yes, I'm bringing it down so that we can apply it. Now again, the issues around environmental justice is a problem that I was ordinarily a farmer and I cannot go to my river, to my farmland to fish, to do this, to do that. You are depriving me of my, so I will respond. And if I respond, if you push me to the wall, you can't come and dictate the form in which I will come back. So I can come back with AK-47 to tell you. I can come back with dynamite to tell the river that I need to test it, since I know that you will pass. So if you tackle that issue about environmental justice and the realities of the environment, you have tackled a lot about it. Another driver of insecurity that we can look at clearly is issues around social vices. When we say social vices, as small as drugs, there are a lot of issues. Somebody can just take a little drug, tramadol, and you will see that reaction above board. And the result will be him carrying machete to stab somebody, him planning it. And if you look at this drug issue, you want to sponsor that lifestyle. Let's kidnap a judge. Let's kidnap. I'm telling you this so that you are seeing this when I'm telling. If I'm talking with facts and data. The drivers of this issue you see them the end point being involved in crime. So if you curb the issues around social environment, the issues around social justice and equity, if you curb the issues around environmental justice, if you provide a base, a financial base, a revolving financial base, you will see that somebody that has something to do and something, all those trends. So by the time you do all that, you are rather looking at the drivers of insecurity. So for me, over time, I like using the subject, looking at the solution to solve the problem. So
from what you've mentioned now, you still did not act including militancy, and not active militancy, but
era has passed.
Militancy era has passed,
Yes.
but we are not removing from the equation that there are people who many believe are active, in gun carrying.
No, gun carrying is not militancy.
And when I say gun carrying, we're not talking about
militancy.
the basic gun carrying, like
No.
the type you'd see they used to go for basic armed robbery. No, that's not the gun
That's
carrying.
not militancy.
We're talking about people who are heavily armed
That's
and who
not
are
militancy.
situated in communities, people who they believe that they are the ones who would largely sometimes determine the electoral outcome in their domains. I'm going somewhere with this.
Yeah.
Militancy is there. You mentioned drug abuse. Now, drug abuse is not something that we've eradicated. I mean, if you ask some persons, they might not tell you that they have seen any visible thing that the governor is doing. Maybe you tell us what your organization is doing in the aspect of drug abuse. And
I'll tell you.
also, you talked about resource allocation and distribution.
Yeah.
And I like to think that's around community crisis. That's what causes community crisis. And we've seen a number of them lately. Are there certain things that your organization or you have seen the government they are doing around resolving, or before it even happened, before such allocation disputes happen, people settle it amicably? I mean,
Okay, clearly we, as the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture, I make bold to say we have intervened in 1,321 cases in a period of 30 months from the inception of this project. Now, some of our cases that we have handled, for instance, you said I should make references to it. Issues around the Barai Ayakiri issue is a community chieftaincy recognition issue that the king refused to recognize a particular community that had court judgment to be recognized as a community in Barai. And it got to a point where this community wanted to cause roadblock, to go and destroy, make protests to oil facilities and all that before we were informed about it. We intervened. We called both parties around and we discussed. And we informed them on the need to use dialogue as the tool. What is your problem? What is your challenge? And it turned out to be an ego thing. So eventually that was resolved amicably. But beyond that, there are a lot of challenges. As we speak now, we are tracking the Ogbenguri issue. We are tracking the Ogbenguri issue that has led to a chief to be in a questionable character that the state government has said, step aside, let's do investigation and all that. All those issues. We have issues in Otosega. We have chieftaincy issues, communal dispute, information. So one of the things that has aided all this is information sharing that we got from our early warning and early response mechanism. Like I said, it is spreading across all the communities. In every community, we have those that shares those information to us discreetly. We have a platform that you can report your rising trend of conflict that we can also handle. Now,
okay, there's a platform like that?
Yes,
on WhatsApp?
yes. No, not on WhatsApp. It's a tracker, Bayelsa State Conflict Tracker. So if you have that challenge in your area that you notice, you report. We have trained over 500 persons
Is that through a link? I'm just trying to get. So people who
No,
also
no, no.
will
No,
watch
no,
this
no.
will-
You can't join the link just like that. You must be trained. You know why? So that we can also regulate false information. as well. That was why when the Polar incident happened, that they would tell you that, look, oh, this incident is happening, but it's false. But however, we need to monitor
The
it.
platform is people who are your members. They are the ones on the platform. They are
Yes.
the ones who could share information to you.
Yes.
So your network cuts across
Cut across all the
local
states.
government areas.
Yes, it does.
Is it beyond Bayelsa State? You had mentioned that.
No. Now in Bayelsa, we have the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture is also working with PIN Foundation. PIN Foundation is interested in peace in the Niger Delta. So there are circumstances and issues that are beyond Bayelsa. But again, you need to monitor it closely, because whatever happens in Delta, before you go to confront that, before you know, you see everybody, those that are perpetrating crime moving to Bayelsa. You see them from Bayelsa moving to River. So the trackers help us to track all those issues. So over the years, we have been able to resolve a lot of community crises, a lot of chieftaincy tussle, a lot of village setting crises, resource mobilization, resource control crisis within the community, security rising to insecurity. Rather than for military to intervene, we intervene to solve a lot of problems. And we advocate for the alternative dispute resolution mechanism, ADRO mechanism. That has aided us to also solve a lot of problems. For the purpose of the media and all that, we can't come out to say this one, because most of them are still peace building process. In peace building, you cannot come and give out your decisions outside, because by the time you do that, you don't know where the trigger is coming from. It can be reignited and it causes more problem for you. So we have done this so far to this point, sir.
Okay.
From what I'm getting from you, I want to believe that you get people from the host communities and you train them.
Yeah.
Such that they can use that
The early warning
platform.
Yeah.
Where do you source your way to motivate these people? Because they would need some kind of motivation, especially to track these things as they happen, before they happen. From what you're saying, I'm getting it that you're a bit more proactive than the standard now. How do you motivate your people? Where do you get your finance to motivate them?
Okay, like I said before now, I was also dragged into the system like every other person because I'm interested in peace building. We were sponsored by the European Union, anchored by a program, curbing criminality and crime in the Niger Delta. And Search for Common Ground as a team was able to bring all of us together. We have Search for Common Ground, we have the PIN, and we have SDN as stakeholders. So in these various communities that they deploy these persons, people that are interested in peace building, there are people naturally, this problem, I really want to solve it. How can we continue to?
So the European Union funds you?
Yes, they funded, but where I'm going is that funding stopped in April 2026.
Okay.
Yes, this year that funding has stopped. But before they left, just like the coming of the Holy Spirit and God has said, before I go, I leave my Holy Spirit with. So the Holy Spirit with us has been those persons that are on ground that have been trained severally.
Okay.
So those persons have been, they are still working with us. You don't need funding again. They have already been trained on peace building. They have already been trained on mediation. They have already been trained on intervention. And again, we also have the traditional rulers, the youth presidents, CDCs, cutting across all these local governments. So if we have a conflict in a particular place, we can quickly call the persons involved and say, look, this is our challenge. This is the report we are getting from the grassroots. What we do is every conflict emanates from a community, true or false. You can map it out to a community. So if the community has their method to solve that problem, it's better that you encourage them before they take arm and other things to solve that problem. So what we do is we encourage community-based peace process.
Okay, well, Dr. Enebratompe, you clearly have stated that you have a funding challenge.
Yeah.
Given that the European Union has stopped funding you, are you making plans to get another active partner who's funding your organization? Because you mentioned that people who are trained would not need money, but I like to think that they would need money at some point. If they don't need money, more trainings you would do, because you need more hands on deck, right? They would typically need money. So are you making such plans? Have you approached the government of Bayelsa State? You're operating within Bayelsa State. The peace that you are engendering is something the government also enjoys.
Yeah.
Beyond the government, the Naija Delta Development Commission, the peace you are engendering also, they enjoy it, right? So are you making plans to reach out to these organizations?
Okay, first, in April 2026 this year, the Bayelsa State SPA was adjourned as the best in Nigeria.
By who?
By the European Union and Search for Common Ground and other funders.
So they didn't leave on the grounds that, on the basis that they had grouses or issues?
No.
They left because they did not have funds to continue.
No. Not every project has a timeline.
Okay.
So
it was
we are not, yes, it was on that basis. But we are also optimistic that they will also still come back.
So but they think that the project is ended, but you are continuing with it?
No, they do not think the project has ended. The setting up of the project was for it to last, that the end point will be community leaders championing the peace process.
Okay.
So it wasn't built on a
So it's no longer a project now?
Yes. It's not, it wasn't built on a European Union funded kind of that will stay for a long time. The independence has to continue. That the ownership need to be local, because we are talking about peace
now
local.
funding
Then how can you fund something from foreign? Now let me quickly clear you on this, that before the European Union left, the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture has drafted a 21-page bill titled the Bayelsa State Community Peace Bill. That bill is ready, and you will see that, you see the bill.
A bill for a law for establishment
It's 21
of the
page.
Community Peace Commission.
And it was a coalition of senior peace stakeholders led by a former senator, Senator Nimi Baria Amange, that have put up this. If you go to the last page, you will see the names there. They are not mean names in peace building in Bayelsa.
Okay.
So this bill was presented to the deputy governor formally, that we want a situation whereby we build bridges for sustainable peace in Bayelsa. So if we want to build a sustainable peace process, we need to institutionalize the peace process in Bayelsa. And the Bayelsa State Community Peace Commission will step in from where the European Union, Search for Common Ground and other funders have stopped. So they are stepping in. But before that time, we have also moved ahead to domicile this whole structure with the Ministry of Community Development. We have a running office in that ministry now. The ministry has furnished. The ministry has furnished the office. We have an office complex that we use to track this conflict. So the Bayelsa State buy-in is already there. That we have the Ministry of Community Development anchoring this peace process, because there is no development without peace. So we are looking forward to a point where the state government will call partners together, will also formally present this bill to the House to commence the bill process. But for now that has not been done, we are working with the Ministry of Community Development to anchor this entire process. So for us, we are on a good state. Recently, we also visited the local content, Nigeria Content Development House, and they also reiterated their support for this, because they look at our trajectory, what we have been doing over time, and also the projection of peace in Naija Delta, using Bayelsa as a springboard. So they are also in support of it. We intend to also meet the NDDC, Tantita, and other organizations that we we look at that we can partner in terms of sustainable peace building. Okay. And if these persons come, it's our hope that Bayelsa will be better off for it.
Oh. Okay. One of the major challenges we have of insecurity would be that revolves around courtism and being drug. We've mentioned drug already. We've not tackled courtism. Being one who chairs the Bayelsa State
Secretary.
You're the secretary of the organization, Bayelsa State Peace Architecture.
Yeah.
Okay. But being one who is one of the leaders of the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture, you also must know that courtism is a problem, and it seems as though we are not tackling it as we ought to tackle it. It feels as though it's a problem that festers on. Recently, we had stories of Curtis who was arrested and he was handed over to the police, reprimanded by the Bayelsa State security volunteers, but handed over to the police. But there was this concern people have that even after he's been handed over to the police, you see him back into the society. Like, they cannot follow through on prosecution and remand this person, even while there is good evidence that he's robbed many persons and also he was caught with a gun. How are we going to navigate past this? How are we going to ensure? How is the organization, going to navigate around this to ensure that those who have been caught for breaking the law and causing unrest, they are behind bars? They are put behind bars.
Well, you know that is a security issue. My focus over time has been on peace building. So I'll use the peace as a.
You build peace without security.
No. I'll use the peace as a yardstick to now solve that problem. Now, we also visited the chief judge of Bayelsa State. I think 2 weeks ago, 1 week, last week, we visited the chief judge to say these are the indices we have been tracking. For instance, the issue that you raised, that people will commit crime and also be returned back to the streets. The basic thing is that Nigeria is rule governed. It's governed by a law. The law says you can't arrest person over and detain the person more than 24 hours, except otherwise there are certain exemption issues around arson, when the person has possession of firearms, all that. So the exemption are there. And if the person is committed towards bail, that court has granted that they should bail the person, nobody, you can't hold the person otherwise.
I get this input from what you're saying. I get this vibe that you are more into peace than the lack of justice that causes the lack of peace.
Okay. No.
Because sometimes, to a great extent, you can only have peace when the justice system is not totally broken. The example he just provided for you is that shows that no matter how you make peace here, without justice, the peace will just be it's not really anything. So what is your commitment to the justice end of the fact that peace will not happen without that process, without justice?
Okay, clearly, one, we need to also look at our laws. Most of our laws are not intended with the reality. So I was part of those that championed the ACJ law, domesticating the ACJ laws in Naija. I was part of those that was involved in the VAB law. I was part of those that was involved in the gender response GRIT that led to GRIT, the child rights law. I was part of. So all these trends also support my background in peace building. Because if you see our laws, there is a need for us to look critically on our laws. They are not totally in tandem with the realities and the operation. You remember, it was only recently that the court granted that you can admit evidence through your gadgets, through your phones. Before now, it wasn't that. And the criminal justice system doesn't recognize all those things before now. But it was the ACJN law that brought all that opening doors. And so we as peace interested people that are interested in peace. It's not that we are also not looking at it. But going forward, the laws is the first thing. What do we do differently to strengthen our laws? We are also looking at educating members of the public, especially the traditional rulers, chiefs, and all that. Let's see how we can go back to our means of resolving conflict, because that is the only way out for insecurity. Before you know, if you recall, when somebody commits a crime of murder, they will tell the family to provide 3 persons, most preferably virgins, so that Henry maybe can marry one of that time and all. Say, bring 3 virgins for us, for who you are. So if there is a problem, it is not your problem. The whole family go gather and say, oh boy, this is where they do. When you do until when it happen, not be my pikin go come carry you. So all that community processes of guiding individual, but today we are seeing that completely eroded. That if something happens, we will now arrest the person and take the person to the court and tell the judge to pronounce judgment. And so we need to go back to those traditional methods of solving our conflict. We have our own model of solving conflict. Like I always say, the prison was not built for us. The prison was not built for us. We have situations on those days that if you do something, they will sentence you to the bad bush. And whatever happens to you there, maybe lions are there, different. If you survive it, you survive it. And so our traditional values, our laws need to also be rigid for us to see the present. So I think for us, we also do campaigns towards that direction. I understand your point that there is no way that we can preach peace without looking at the factor of insecurity. We cannot preach peace without looking at the drivers of
because behind lack of peace, usually there are perpetrators. And if there's no persecution for perpetrators, the peace is useless. It's useless. So usually, peace bodies like this tend to want to cause peace with the absence of the actions and persecution for the perpetrators. So.
No, our own is different. I make bold to tell you, you know of the Yenizwe camp. I think they call it Afghanistan. Yenizwe, the place that the
Barak.
The Hausa men were staying. That place was a drug center, and we were part of those that provided credible intelligence for the state governments to move in to crank that place. And now I make bold to tell you, our investigation is also revealing that they have crossed to the other side.
To which other side, please?
Outside the river.
Okay, across the river now.
Across the river now. There is syndicates that are operating. I'm just telling you because of to tell you.
Yeah, it's the media, so it's
what we do.
Let's talk about security some more and talk about policing even. There are currently efforts to bring about state policing across Nigeria, and the bill is currently ongoing. It's really supported by the executive too, but there are fears from people that the state police will make for governors to abuse the powers that they will be given or granted. You clearly don't favor this argument. Do you not fear that there will be abuse of power, that the governors might use this as a means
and
to
I think this will resonate
fight the opposition?
This will resonate to you. We have fact sharing money every month, and it goes to the coffers of the government, headed by the state government. Is there any time that we are afraid that because the governor spend the money, that fact should suspend the money? It is not. It is not. So our view over the time is that state police, of course, is a challenge towards peace building. By that I mean there are issues of personal interest that will arise. It's natural. But how well are we going to navigate towards it and sustain peace? There are rules that the state police need to play. You cannot tell police that is 74,000 774 local governments. You will take 74,000 police to police 774 local governments. So if you do the estimate, we have less than one police to a community. It will not work. You can do the estimate.
Well, the reason we have the shortage is because there is paucity of funds, and the federal government are rather committing funds to other areas. And the federal government shares these funds through FAC to the states.
Yeah.
And the states also don't have enough funds. But also might have quite considerable amount of advantage, better choice of word, to compare with other states that don't quite receive a lot at the end of the month. But even with Bayelsa State, there is also a challenge of funds and where to place these funds. Do you see us in Bayelsa State recruiting more police officers?
No, already. I think, and I thank the vision of the governor. The Bayelsa State volunteer was already in place before now.
Bayelsa State volunteer, are they not even understaffed?
No, they are.
They're understaffed?
They are, clearly.
Severely understaffed?
Yes, they are. We also have the Bayelsa State vigilante that has moved towards the Bayelsa State Community Safety Corps.
All?
Yes, they are. So,
incorporated?
So, if you look at this, I think they have over 1,000 staff that was employed that time that they were incorporated.
During the Bayelsa State Safety Corps?
Yes,
right.
Safety Corps employment. They have over 1,000. The governor was supposed to employ 3,000, cutting across all the communities. But I think that was delayed a little to see that the Bayelsa State, the state police team would be streamlined. But what I'm saying in essence is, all this effort, we are already on ground. And it is our belief that if the state police comes on stream, they will do employment, they will do engagement, they will do stakeholders mapping. And with all that, you will see people, our youth, joining the security force. It is clear, because ordinarily now, Dr. Priye, I'm not receiving salary for security. But am I not working? I'm not receiving
you're
salary.
Passionate about...
Yes. I'm not receiving salary, but I'm working.
The IG
yes.
answers to the president, because the president places the IG. He determines who's going to be IG.
Yeah.
And with state policing, the governor will have to determine who's going to be...
Not totally.
Not totally, though, but...
No, totally.
Not totally.
No, totally.
The way it is organized, to the best of my knowledge as I speak, is that the Police Service Commission will be the ones doing
Not
the
Police Service Commission.
nomination.
They are going to create Police Service Commission in the states. They are going to create State Police Service Commission, not federal.
So there are still gray areas
to
in
do
this
the
thing,
nomination.
Yes.
While the assembly...
Governor will ratify finally. Okay. That is how. So the way that you have Police Service Commission in the federal, that is how you are going to have that in the states.
Okay. Because this was an argument.
No. That's how you are going to have that in the state. I have seen the proposals. I have studied it. Because when the president did that, he passed it to the National Assembly. You remember the House of Reps has ratified it, saying we are okay with it, let's move it to the Senate. So it is at that stage. So I have studied that document. The way we have the Federal Police Service, that is what we have in state. So it is still the governor.
So police effectively leaves the exclusive list.
No. It's still the governor. But I made bold to tell you, we have the Commissioner for Finance nominated by the governor. Is it that he's not doing his work as expected? He's still doing the job.
These examples you're giving are examples that they are doing the work for the development and for the regime. Now, the police is not supposed to serve the regime.
Okay.
It's serving the people.
Okay.
And when you are serving the people and you are picked by the regime, there's still this place where you have to serve the regime, and that's not the work of the police. Okay. And it makes the police very easy to let me give you an example. Now, the governor, for instance, is in APC. That's not an instance. In APC now, and because he controls the police at that time, he will control the police at that time. It's easy to say, withdraw police from the other party. Don't do this, don't do that, because the police answers to the state now. So using the police as a weapon for the regime is easier now, if we agree. How do we fight against that situation?
Okay, first, the state police law has not come. by that I mean it has not been domesticated. So if that law comes, these are the fears that we are going to.
That are real fears.
Yes, these are real fears that we are going to look at. It is not because a man, you loses your semen that you will not give birth to a bouncing baby boy. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not because you will lose your semen that you will not give birth to a baby boy. You will lose it, and the child will also grow. As he's growing, you will see the different stages. You will see what to do. So for me, that, like I always say, let's look at the law first. Let the law come back to the states, and we'll see how we can domesticate it. We'll see how we can raise our voices towards it. And it is only that, and I know that the governor is a listening governor, that if we raise our voice, it's not for us to be on the fence. We are going to tell him clearly, look, these are things, especially in the process of recruiting, especially in the process of who leads the organization. Can that person track record be explored? Can we unveil these are the things that we also, for me, I think when we get there, I think it will be better off for us.
Let's wrap up with you talking to us concerning the things you're doing to discourage these vices, the cultism and the drug abuse. What programs do you have in place?
Clearly, by January 2026 this year, between June, July last year to January, we decided to tour all universities across Bayelsa. Our message was simple: to look at the drivers of conflicts. There are a lot of security details, information that we have that this person say, I was high. Yeah. They arrest you, say you were high. Okay. Now that you are low, bring the person that did this. You say, you start crying. Say, I was on drugs. Hey, you're on drugs. What do we do from here? You're on drugs, you went to stab this person. And now, say your eye don't clear. So what do you? So beyond looking at those issues, we decided to take a campaign towards all tertiary institutions. And I make bold to tell you, and I'm reporting it back to you. When we went to NDU, it was part of our campaign on drugs that led to the arrest of a man in Amasoma that NDLA arrested the highest drug peddler in that community. So record, you can Google and you will see the highest drug peddler in NDLA. Within that period of that campaign, we laid intelligence, we laid surveillance, and we were able to do that. So our message is simple. Beginning from the tertiary institution, before you bring a student to the school, please test him on drugs. Before he graduates, you test him on drugs. So that within the period of him being in the university, if maybe peer group pressure and all that comes, and you suspect, you take the child back to the testing point to test him before he can. So when you are graduating from school, you have a sane graduate. We have a lot.
Since you're testing
that are happening in our university and tertiary institution, you cannot document them. We have a lot. So let's begin from having a sane graduate. And we took that campaign to various schools. NDU, I told you about the arrest. In Federal University of Tweke, they have decided to make a law that before you enter the university, you will be tested. And before you graduate from the school, you also be tested on drugs. As you are defending your project, you are doing your final clear, you also get tested.
You say these are as what they confirmed to you, that they decided to have that law?
No, the Senate, they have sat on that. I'm not in that university, I don't know but the update is that they are to give a takeoff point that, okay, from this intake, we are going to, but we did that advocacy, and the school bought it into the vision. So we have visited schools like that to discourage drug peddling and drug. That is on drugs. On cultism, we see a situation whereby issues around cultism is a problem in Bayelsa. We see it getting rise every day. And we are thinking of going back to visit the laws on cultism. In Delta, for instance, in Edo, for instance, you see the issues about death. That if any person is found wanting in cultism, in kidnapping, you are sentenced to death.
Governor Okpebolo is trouble.
Yeah, Dr. Okpebolo has Governor Okpebolo has stated. So we think of how we can rejig some of those our laws, so that we can have not severe punishment, but what do we do differently to discourage that? Is advocacy. So we are using the grassroots to top approach to see how we can. I made bold to tell you that a lot of issues we have discouraged those calls. That when somebody is arrested as a result of cultism, they will call the governor and say, my child, your child. So what about the other person's child that was killed? What about the other person? So even those in the positions in government, we have taken that campaign to the SA poll and other key players on anything that has to do with insecurity. Please, there are limitations to it, because today it can be your time, tomorrow it can be your next. So we have been doing those campaigns.
We would like to thank you so much, Dr. Priye, for coming in and having this discuss with us today. Before we go, you've really spoken a lot. We had thought maybe we'd leave you, and so you have a breather a little. But would you want to give your message to Bielsans, to youths, to people who could help engender the peace initiative and the peace campaign you're carrying across Bielsa State?
Okay, first, following the EU and Search for Common Ground model, we identify that peace, anyhow you talk, my brother, now first way you don't believe food, then you talk peace. Not be when hungry the cash person. Now you go come talk, say make we dey peaceful. It doesn't work that way. We must identify the drivers of poverty. Poverty is a basic problem. And for me, from the indices we are having, every day is even getting worse. So how do we solve this problem? The Bielsa State Peace Architecture over time recommended that let's look at holistic means to solve this problem over time. And we have also done some community projects across Bielsa in 16 communities. Some communities, cassava processing plant furnished, and things are going on like that. Some communities decided that they want to train their individuals, their youth, on skill acquisitions, different ways. So over 1.5 billion was expended for that purpose. But let me come back to the nitty-gritty that we should not look at peace in isolation. Peace is a responsibility of all of us. Not just saying it, we should act peace. While we are acting peace, I make good to tell you again, we have budget for insecurity. Is it not? Security votes. That's what it's called. We have budget for education. We have budget for development, community infrastructure. We have budget for health. Where is the peace budget? So
it's not part of security. It's not part of security.
No. It means that we are promoting these restings and neglecting the peace. So if a community is peaceful, if a community doesn't do violence, it means that you don't have a plan for them. What do you do to sustain peace in those communities? So you have to have a peace budget and peace fund. And that is why the Bielsa State Community Peace Commission, we are advocating for it to be established. It will cater for all this and also to address these issues across board.
Thank you so much, Dr. Enebraton Priye. You've really you've spoken a lot of wisdom too. I like to add that. Thank you for coming in on Chat with Naija Live TV. Dr. Enebraton Priye is the secretary of another organization that's fronting peace in Bielsa State. They call themselves the Bielsa State Peace Architecture. He is the secretary and coordinator of this very organization, and he's also the vice chairman of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, just to add that little bit there. Thank you again for coming in.
Thank you very much.
To discuss with us. My name is Henry Ahami. We'll now have had Israel with me on the program. Thank you. On the next one, bye-bye.
Oh wow. Action for peace.
Thank you.
EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Naija Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bielsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization or a corporate partner or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop. But we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Z-Team for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine, and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace.
Yet again, it's good to have you join us on Channel 3 Naija Live TV. Today, let's discuss politics. Let's discuss Obia. Let's narrow into Obia constituency 2 as we talk about the future of Obia constituency 2, perhaps the political future of Obia constituency 2. Constituency that before now has been held by the Gibson Munalaifa of PDP, and also God knows Wayne, who currently is representing Obia constituency 2. But we're joined today by a young man who thinks that no, it is time for the young people to be a part of leadership. It's time for young people to take the mantle of leadership and represent the people of Obia constituency too in the House of Assembly. My name is Henry Ahami Falan. Today I'm joined by Makara, if I got the name correctly though, Makara, and Igoniwari is the last name. It's good to have you, Makara Igoniwari. Honorable Makara Igoniwari, welcome to Channel 5 Naija Live TV.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate I appreciate the warm welcome.
Alrighty, the House of Assembly. Why are you choosing to go and represent the people of Obia constituency too? What do you think the current representative, God knows of Bain, is not doing right that you're looking to correct? Because I know that he is running again for a second time, right? But what do you think he's not doing right? That's your party, the Nigerian Democratic Party, a rather unpopular party, many would say, right? But what are you looking to do different? Why are you going into the House of Representatives?
Anyway, first of all, I'll start by saying Ogbia Noal.
Yeah.
Obe Babareru. What I'm trying to say there is that a good thing has come.
Right.
Well, talking about the current House of Assembly member representing the good people of Ogbia, I'm not someone who wants to criticize. You know, one thing is for sure, when everybody is seated at the table like you are seated, you have your opinion, your reasons for why you're seated there. I have my own reasons for why I'm seated here, in as much as we are all sitting down. It is that I should not be worried about how you are sitting on that chair if it is comfortable for you. But I should be thinking about how I am seated here to make myself not look uncomfortable for others to be discouraged. So that is on his side. So I really do not have anything. He has played his part. That's all I can say. And
well, they say criticism should always come with, you know, what do they call it now? Solutions, and that's
yes.
how they call constructive criticism. And so many would say that, yeah, you can criticize, but do that constructively. Don't criticize to condemn, criticize to advise. And so if you were not running for office, perhaps you would be advising the current representative.
Well, first of all, this is not a campaign.
Okay, no.
So I'm not basically allowed to go into the fact that I want to start saying things that may look like I am condemning.
No,
and like I said, you sitting on that position of your chair and I'm sitting here, we are both taking different postures that is comfortable for us. The least I could do is to make sure I am seated properly. And I'm not concerned about how you are seated. Most importantly, I hope you are comfortable. But the only thing I'm trying to say on the table is that I want to be more comfortable, making sure that those out there believe that I am making the sitting position look more better.
Okay.
So I am not going to say you are not sitting properly. What I would say is, allow me win the people, let them look at the way I'm seated.
But okay, let's leave this legal.
Yes.
And touch on why you're running for.
Thank you. Now this is where you're back to me now. I'm running for office because, first of all, like you said, the party here is a National Democratic Party, the NDP, which is a light of hope. You know what light represents. I mean, in your studio here, if you turn off the lights, you basically not see much. But when the light is on, you would see more and do more.
So in the NDP is the lights that
where the lights, the lantern, the original lantern, Otupa. That's how it's called in my language, Otupa. Myself, Makara Igoniwari, I'm somebody that was born out of the same struggle of the average Ogbia man. And the Ogbia people are very intelligent people, very smart people, very hard-working people. So this is one reason why I decided to also pick up interest to represent the good people of Ogbia constituency too, to bring for them another ray of hope, because I am the light. And you know, where there is need for light, automatically you know why there is need for light. So, and I'm not only running because it is an election or it is a campaign. No, I am coming because it is a desire that there are things I will do that will bring my people to the center, that will bring Ogbia to the center. I think we'll talk further, but these are many, or rather a few of many more reasons why I want to run.
We would want to understand what problems
Okay.
the Ogbia constituency 2 faces that you would like to see an end to. Would like to understand what bills benefiting the people of Ogbia constituency 2 you will be proposing in the House of Assembly when you get there. Many will say these things need to be said, and because you're currently on TV, people ought to know that this is what you would bring, this is what you would do. Maybe the same thing, if you want to consolidate, it's fine to say, yes, I want to consolidate on what the member who's there is currently doing. He's doing this, he's doing that, he's doing that. I like to consolidate on this, but I don't think that he has the wherewithal to consolidate on these things that he currently has put in place. So, yeah, but what are the problems?
All right. First off, I would like to give a little brief history of one thing that motivates me. This I owe apology to nobody. This is not being partisan. This is not being sentimental. This is just being me. Because as young people, when we come into politics, I always tell anybody who cares to listen, it is not about where you belong. All right? It is not about where you belong. It is about what you want to bring on the table. And once you have your eye on something, that's where the word idea comes from. Because since I have my idea, I have a lot of ideas. Now there's from looking at things and having my eyes there that has brought me, into this. I want to make cognizance to the likes of late Chief Melford Okilo. It's an Ogbia man. Late Chief Melford Okilo is one man I respect so much. I've read through. In fact, he's somebody I admire. During his time as governor, he has been in several offices. But let's talk about how he worked on Ogbia. Now we're talking about managing of erosion. He was one of those persons that knew what to do for flooding to be avoided. That's number one. Number two, we have the likes of Chief Dr. Samuel Obuku, who is another Ogbia man who has also shown steps of what development ought to look like. The thing is not having the office. The thing is making the office look interesting to others to want to, not that making the office look scary. I also want to recognize the presence of Barrister Rex Jude Obuku. These are people who their voices are speaking for the average Ogbia man in different spheres. So why I want to come in, do you know that the Ogbia man naturally, let me start from the Ayama Ogbia River because that's my constituent. We are farmers. We feed a lot of communities around in Bayelsa. You can go and verify. We are naturally farmers. I wouldn't want to say so much because I want to just hit on the positive part. We are naturally farmers. Our soil, the Ogbia soil, is so rich that if you sneeze, something will grow. Do you get? Now, what are those challenges we've been facing? The challenge we'll be facing is that the farmer is not connected to the buyer directly. So therefore, but for the farmer looks poor and make farming not interesting for you and me. I am a farmer. And when I mean by farm, I mean those who own poultry, fish, yam, cassava. Ogbia is rich. So on the table, if I am, which I will be, first things first, food security. If the life of Melford Okilo has been able to create canals that has reduced flooding in some areas, it is because he has created room for the farmer to have space to farm. If the likes of Chief Dr. Samuel Obuku, the MDC or NDDC, is now a chief Nigerian Highness, has brought about rural development, connecting the roads. He is doing this so that the farmer's product will be taken directly to where value will be added. Let me tell you something. The Ogbia man I am, when I was growing up, there's what we call Ikpekuru, it's water snail. There's fish, there's plantain. Farming was interesting. Then I was quite small. I saw my uncles. But today, a lot of us do not want to go back to the farming. Why? what we see is one old man, rickety, pulling canoe, struggling. And when he gets this fish, somebody buys it, goes to the, or increases the value for himself, pay you something minimal, goes to where the market is needed and sells it for a very high price. And he's the one making the money, and the fisherman is just ignorantly wallowing in poverty. This is where I come in. I want to be the nexus that brings this food security for the farmer. Whatever it needs for your products to get to where the value will be added, this is what I want to do. I'm breaking that bone that stands in the middle. For example, let me start with Otuedu community, which is my community, Ayama Otuedu. We have the best sugarcane in the world, both the black sugarcane and the orange color, yellow color sugarcane. Look at this, for example. Sugarcane is on only sugarcane alone. You can get sugar, brown sugar. From sugarcane you can get ethanol. From sugarcane you can get fiber. These are things that are exclusive to the Ogbia. One thing we must understand is when you want to lead the people, you must find out what are their peculiarities. I am in this studio. This studio has no business with planting yam. So I am not going to come here and tell you I'll give you food security. The only thing I can promise you today is I'll give you energy, free access to internet. That is a peculiarity. So if I am in this studio as a head of operations or whatever, and I am not giving that, somebody has the knowledge, that person should rise to the occasion and say yes.
What are those things you think are the food security challenges the Obia or Yama Otuedu person?
Now, in my slogan, Rise Ogbia, the arrow stands for recover. I initiate. You know, it's all there. Now, first off, when you say what about the Chinese, we want to recover. We want to recover you, me, the people's trust in agriculture. How? For a community like, I'm going to use an example. Let me go to a community like Ologoy. Ologoy, they have one of the best peppers, yellow pepper. Now, let me give you this. If I empower 500 farmers, first off, I give them vast land. I bring in tractors to clear it. Involve the youths to be the security. This is why the youth will be interested. In a year, we're going to be making 200 million from this. That 200 million will be brought to the community square and we share it amongst everybody. It is different from when I come there and they have poor farming conditions and I buy the same pepper they are farming in that poor condition, take it, make that money for myself and probably give them stipends. What do? I bring in the equipment that will make farming easy for them and interesting for the young ones to join. Imagine a young person of maybe 28, 30. He's making in a year, you're seeing close to 6-7 million naira that's coming to you once because you were able to be a part of a farming system that you have not much to do. Only to do is follow up the procedures of how that pepper should be nurtured. Because I have already grazed the farm. I brought in equipment. Because this is not about sitting down in the office. This is about going to where these people who are manufacturing, they are looking for people that will come and say, let us partner. That is why I mentioned the likes of the Melford Okilo, Samuel Ogbuku. I mentioned the likes, and myself, because I must mention myself too. Because I want to fix myself in that place as well. So that the farmer is seeing the value. First of all, make the farming look interesting. 2, security. How do you provide security for a community that is farming? First off, you have told them the value that this thing is going to bring to their community. Don't forget, farming brings tourism as well. You would love to go and see a 2-acre pepper farm that is producing probably 10 tons.
Do the farmers in Obia constituency to face insecurity when they go to farm?
When they go to farm, there's insecurity they face. First off, when I mention the word insecurity, don't think people are stealing. There's a lot of insecurity in agriculture. Access. When you don't have access to a place, you are not secured. Yes, because you have to go through a whole lot of hustles and hurdles. That is, you're automatically discouraging me. Next time if you go to the farm, I don't want to go. The means through which we got there, look at my skin, look at my body, that person automatically, that's insecurity. 1, because I'm not going to mention the obvious you're looking for. Let us go with the ones we basically don't even look at. 2, environment, insects. Some persons might not want to go to the farm because, oh, there's no proper fumigation that will take away reptiles that are dangerous. These are also insecurity.
So, is it through your constituency project that you're looking to provide all of these
Yes.
to curtail insecurity, or you're looking for a bill, you're looking to propose a bill that enables the state government to do
Now,
this?
a bill that is being brewed by a sitting House of Assembly member is a thought, and it calls the government, let us go into bed and marinate on this thing to produce results. That is what it is. You are on the table representing your people, stating that this and this needs to be done. However, first off, you must understand that when an office is given to you, it has also created you an avenue that you have value on any table anywhere. You can go to anywhere and say, while I'm waiting for this, I already have this. They are my people. We are willing to partner with you to come and invest. I was talking about insecurity. Do you know that where there's no access to roads, investment is difficult. That is also investment in security. Let us democratize prosperity. How do you democratize prosperity? Is by first of all minimizing the risks and increasing the interests, and then value comes in because people will flock in. The buyer wants to find out that he's not spending too much to move his good from point A to point B. The farmer wants to also know that he's not finding it difficult to access the farm to do what is necessary. Hello, that pepper needs to be watered, grass needs to be cut, roads when I'm done I need to bring my goods to you. There should be mechanisms. That is where the government is like a big family where the father, mother and a lot of children. When I need to transport those things, I need the transportation. Are you seeing it? Whoever is in charge of that area wants to pass a bill whereby these things will be moved easily. I am focused, as I said, first of all, you must find out what is that peculiar thing about your terrain and how do you want to tackle it.
Okay, well, you mentioned food insecurity.
Yes, please.
I think when I had asked you to, double down and scale, certain things you believe are considered the insecurity that they face.
Yes.
Perhaps you were going to say the flooding and the erosion. You would also refer to
those are the regulars you know about.
You don't want to mention the regulars, right? But the flooding and the erosion. So there are communities, or would you say virtually all communities in Obia constituency to face this kind of insecurity, the flooding and erosion?
Now, the flood and erosion, currently the NDDC boss is currently they are tackling that. Same thing Okilo did. That's why there's less flooding in some areas. Whenever they celebrate, the Akro people celebrate.
What communities are they tackling it? Are there communities that they are...
The Ayama River currently now.
What are they doing? Dredging?
They are desilting.
They're desilting.
Yes. That way, by the time you dredge, the water level, instead of going up, it comes down. However, now they need to do, Okilo did it, create canals. If a farmer...
So is the NDDC actively creating canals?
That, like I said, I am not being... I'm unapologetic because someone might think I'm speaking for him. So I'm not trying to amplify what... I'm only saying he is currently tackling that. I've also told you why I'm saying...
I've not even said that. I mean,
what I'm saying now, because why I don't want us to hit on that is because flooding matter is basically already being worked on.
No, there's no criticism here. There's only, has he done this or has he not done this?
I will not, like I said, I am not speaking for him. Well, you are asking me the question. I intend to.
And I was asking the question so I could get...
Yeah, I intend to, in my own time too, is to also make sure that there is no erosion. Because where there is erosion, of course, the crops will stay. It's to wash away the soil.
Yeah,
we all did it in school.
Begs answer is how would I do that? Assembly member ensure that there is no erosion? This is something that the state government shies away from. There's currently a supposed ongoing erosion project in Obogoro that they did not quite do enough. This is of what do they call it? The work that you do before you begin a project.
Yes,
they didn't quite do that.
Assessment, soil testing, and all that.
There's a particular term for it, but the state government said it didn't quite do that before it went ahead with the project.
Now,
so it's a big problem for even the state. An assembly
Easy,
member,
easy. Look at this. An assembly member.
I'd like to also remind you that people who represent you in the Federal House of Representatives have been drawing attention to the issue of erosion in
a problem that you have not, first of all, intentionally find a solution. Should, in case nobody comes to help me, while you're going to cry for help, you may not get help.
Do you think the state has money to prosecute?
No, first off, let us take away the has money something. That thing, do you think, is one thing that confuses a lot of persons? And as a young politician who has studied a lot of persons, that's why I give kudos to the likes of Minister Nyesom Wike. I am not, of course, we may not agree on everything because he is human, I'm human, I'm younger, he's older, so opinions differ. But I respect him because he's a man that he loves development. He doesn't take no for an answer when it comes for development. He doesn't accommodate excuses. The failure of a leader is to accommodate excuses. The questions you are throwing at me, and which I'm going to answer you the way of it, I will not accommodate excuses. That's why I said one who wants to be helped first has to help himself. I am coming into this knowing already that we are prone to flood. What are the first things I will do? Erosion. There are companies, there are countries, there are organizations who are ready to partner with you. The state government, first of all, is not the big brother. A lot of times in the Bielsa, what we get to see is there is no money. First off, in an office, you must create what we call IGR. If I am able to set up, let's start, for example, I get into
an office, you have to create IGR.
Yes.
In an assembly office.
Every office, including the government, that's why they are in an assembly office. IGR created is what the community, from the laws you're passing, is able to get that enriches the community. Yes. A lot of times you see people do toilets. Hello, yes, those ones they do on the river bank. From when I was a child, I saw it. That's by the time people collect those, they are little
river banks or river toilets, like
I'm coming. I'm
function of laws made by the assembly.
These are some persons. Go online. There are some persons in Bielsa, some House of Assembly members. I don't want to call. I didn't want to criticize. Who saw that as a project, which is for one thing. Let me tell you. I'm coming now. I'm coming. For such a thing, if that project is to be commissioned, such a thing, build it on a bigger scale. Take it upland. Find a way and channel those feces. It's going to bring biogas. Those feces, find a way and channel it. Create fish ponds. Because while you are doing that thing, one thing I enjoy when you're doing that thing, you see fishes are eating. I'm coming. Fishes are eating that thing. Look at where you're missing. The IGR is thrown away. Is flown. Is sent to river. That feces from that thing, wherever the House of Assembly has made, is going to the fish. Hello, the fish is eating it. It's getting bigger. Those fish are being sold by the community. The CDC. Generation of wealth, revenue. So even when they are giving money for constituency projects, that project you are embarking on should be able to run itself. Not that when you are off office, that project becomes a museum.
I'm taking something out of what you're saying, and really, it's commendable, your dream and vision. But I'm taking something out. You want to use feces.
I gave that as an example. Yes.
No, but you like to use feces for biogas.
Yes. It's working. It's very workable. Gas.
IGR.
Yes.
For the community.
Yes. Let me give you an example. For instance, we have, okay, let me assume I want to commission a 20.
I'd like you to say that I want to use feces for biogas.
That is not my area because, like I said, the peculiarity of it. I'll only give an example of.
I see actually point there.
Yeah, okay. Let me use that for an example. Feces. In the local language. Don't use it. You know, feces. Yeah. Now, where a community or rather an House of Assembly member, a bill has come and use 100 maybe 10-20 million, push that toilet upland, push it upland. While pushing it upland, make sure there is walkable access, beautified. It must respect sanitation rules, create drainages, you know, environmental laws, security. People should be able to know, make it very conducive. Now you channel that feces. You call the experts, people who the market is up. Some people are waiting to have that opportunity to say, I have a product, can you come and buy? And they come and check it and it's viable, and they want to even first of all invest in it to make sure that product is gotten. They want to, you know, that's why I said there is what we call, I want to break that jinx of somebody will come and do it. No, we will do it. That feces, if we have like 10,000 capacity or 20,000 capacity of fish farm, how do they feed? It is that toilet, as people are going to the toilet every day, where it's passing through. Don't forget that the water that comes from that toilet can also be reused as manure. Don't forget, manure does not scent well. It's always never nice. The average Obama understand that to get snail, you have to do something very smelly to get snail. So of course, a snail farmer should not expect to use perfume during farming. So when you're done, you go and take your bath and wear perfume. So only from that feces, we are able to generate money. How? People are using that for biogas. Those who want to run restaurants will tap from that gas, because you create a channel connecting it to. Okay, for example, now look at I'm just going to give some for free. Look at the way Ayakoro is growing every day, massively. If that is put in place, a lot of houses will not be buying gas. There will be a gas station that is being run on feces from the people, and that is IGR. From a law that has been passed, money is being generated that even the person who oversaw that law came to that bill may even not be there. It is still running. That is what we call success. That is what leaves a legacy behind. That's why we can talk about the lives of the Mefodokilo. We can talk about the lives of Samuel Obuku, because one, after he is gone, everybody will remember that the whole Naija Delta could be lit up with light everywhere. So alone from fishes, that's not my area. My area is big agriculture. However, fish has to do with agriculture, goats, poultry, and all that. But if it's just that one, I was to commission. If those people were to be serious, you can make money from it.
Well, I see that you're clearly about agriculture.
Yes.
Probably one who's been a farmer before.
Yeah, I'm a farmer.
Yeah, clearly.
Yes.
Yeah, clearly. The Obeku are the family.
The Obeku are they feed biosans. Yeah. I say it anywhere. Make bold to say.
Well, do you not think that some of these things you're mentioning are rather far-fetched? They're not low-hanging fruits for, an assemblyman's capacity. do you not think so? Because, I mean, if you're saying that you want to do a biogas project, that's capital intensive.
Thank
right?
you.
You're saying you'd like to do cause erosion projects to happen,
yes.
flooding
yes.
projects to happen.
Yes.
These are things that even those who are currently at the NDDC are yet to do for major communities. If I told there are projects, 1 or 2 projects.
Okay.
Even those who are currently at House of Representatives, they cannot use their money for this. They don't have money enough to do these projects. They are capital intensive, and so would often call on the federal government to do this. So it's many would say it's beyond an assemblyman's capacity. It's even beyond the state's government's capacity. Perhaps you want to run for the House of Reps, maybe.
Well, let me say something. A child who is in primary 1 will not say, because I'm in primary 1, therefore I will not pay attention to my teacher. I must wait till I get to primary 5. Because what you've just done now is you want to segregate. Capacity cannot cannot be caged when it is actually in somewhere. So you cannot limit capacity. So that I'm coming.
No limit to capacity.
Some people intentionally limit it. Like the question you've asked now is making it look like capacity. You're trying to limit it by telling me that you hold on. I'm going. You said as House of Assembly member, why are you going for something that is even the state government? And I want to prove it very wrong. The House of Assembly member is to enact laws. What are these laws meant for? We must first understand that what is we're in a democratic way for good. Government of the people, by the people are what? For. So the laws should be what? Of the people, because it's what the people need. For the people, because it's for the people. And by the people. I am the person that is handling it by, because the people have sent me to represent them. And I am enacting laws for the people that they will benefit, which is of them. Have I been able to provide? Good. So when I get there, I have seen that, okay, constituency projects, or rather money that is being released for constituency should be, I'm just going to give you a little example. I won't say much. And whatever I'm mentioning, please, it is just basically an example. 100,000 naira. I have to bring it that way. What can you do with 100,000 naira? Is the first question I will ask. The giver is watching at you to see what you can do with 100,000 naira.
Being as a constituency project.
Yes, I'm saying an example.
Yeah, I know.
An example.
Yeah,
I'm only using that little amount of money because at least he can cook a pot of soup. And
100K?
Yes. 100K can cook a pot of soup.
100K can cook a pot of soup now.
Yes.
A lot of pot of soups now.
No, I'm coming. I use 100K.
Well,
Now, if I cook that soup, the people I'm cooking it for, maybe 20 persons. I shouldn't first of all deprive 5 persons from that soup by pocketing something. 100K has reduced. Capacity is being caged. Are you observing now? If the lumps of meat were to be 20, I should not, of course, whoever cooks will also taste. Yeah, we know that. But I'm saying that for each project, the government who release that money to the constituency is watching. You then have to look at your project funding and capitalize on what you can do with it. Like I gave an example of pepper. The community has a land. What does it take to start pepper business? Let me assume I'm giving 100,000 naira. I can use 10,000, 20,000 to get seedlings, and I'll get them in thousands. I'll go and get pepper, maybe a bucket, a bag of a bowl of pepper has about a lot of seeds in it. So those seeds, if there are 200 seeds, that means I'm expecting 200 pepper that will grow. So I get that. I'm left with 80,000. Of course, the workers, it must be from the community. You pay them. That's how they get their money. You remove another 40,000. You spread it. You have removed 60,000. You have 40,000. You of course you have staff. But the project is we're about to plant what? Pepper. And there's what we call ROI. While I am already embarking on it, I am already clearing land. Of course, it belongs to the community. It's a matter of meeting the CDC, the chiefs. Give me land. We want to use it to benefit. We're going to employ over 200 youths. If the community is a community of 200 youths that will engage in this and get money, we are about to put 100,000. I'm giving an example. When we plant, we succeed in planting those pepper. That is manually first though. We've not talked about the project is on, and I start to go to the government and say, look, and they are seeing that this is promiscuous. Then they want to jump in. But when they don't see anything promiscuous about it, why would they jump in? You the sitting House of Assembly member, now makes it look like there is no sufficient funding. Why? Because you are looking at, let it come so much that I can collect more and give small. The international community is watching. NGOs are watching. Don't forget, this government is about PPP, private partner. You have people that are watching, that are in the states. There's what we call corporate social responsibilities that are being held by companies. We have a lot of companies in Bayelsa State roaming around here that are watching. That you can go and say, look at this, is feasible. We are already in, about 50%, 60% in it. We are out of, we need help. That is where you go and cry. That is where the government says, we gave you little, like the parable of the sower. We gave you only 2 seeds. And we are seeing that you're about to multiply this to make more. Let us invest in it. Bring it to the table. For you to bring in 1, you're going to get 2. That's what we call ROI. You are making it interesting. What I said about farming is make it interesting so people can come together. I've already trashed out the community. The community is ready. They're excited. They want to have this pepper that will bring about 60 million naira at the end of the day. The job of the House of Assembly, he has passed a law. The government has sponsored. Don't forget, as an House of Assembly member, it does not mean that you're always limited to passing bills. You have friends around the world. You travel. You can go to a country like Indonesia or somewhere. Call a few expatriates. Come and teach us how you do mechanized farming. We do not have all the money, but we will provide you the space. We'll provide you security, and at most, we'll give you 80% of the local content. They will bring their equipment because they know that from that farm, money will come in that all of us will share. The government takes its cut. Whoever has invested takes it. That's why people say their shares. Somebody will come and say, I want to buy 40% shares of this investment. This is just from pepper. It's expanding. The only thing I was able to fight was to pass a law that allowed for each community to farm what is peculiar to them and let the government provide funding and create avenues for foreign investment.
Do you need law to make each community farm what's peculiar?
It's very, because the government can say
even a motion might not even be needed for that. It's just
I'm just putting it to the fact that you said this is because you mentioned I've opened your mind now to know that an House of Assembly member does not mean you should just sit in the chambers and be passing you can run with only one bill. that one bill will produce a lot. Imagine this pepper. Let's give you an example. I'm still talking about this.
All of these projects you've mentioned, these are things you could do typically. I have no qualms with them. I have no qualms with any of the projects you want to do as a matter of fact. But I just feel like, I mean, there are limitations to certain things we do, right?
Yeah.
And typically you would face drawbacks, you would face limitations,
These
challenges.
limitations, mention a few.
And for you now, who is an assembly hopeful, who is looking to get there, you get there possibly, yeah. There are certain things that are likely going to hinder you. The erosion you talked about, the flooding you talked about, is a big problem in Obia.
This is where I say, once you have known your problem,
there is a problem with unemployment, and it's beyond.
You mentioned something again,
and it's beyond whether people want to.
You've mentioned 3 things. Let me trash them so that it's not cumbersome. One thing about government is when we say so many things, we make people confused. You said 3 things: erosion, unemployment. The third one,
flooding. Flooding is very
now
critical.
When I want to plant my pepper in my 2 acres, you need to now ask me, how do I plant? Don't forget, we have what we call water system. This plant needs watering. Okay, let me assume from my back coming, if the flood is coming, it's going to cover like this. That means the water rises. I can create canals that will bypass in between the community. That is why even in the villages you go, there are some creeks.
All your constituency projects.
Yes, these things can be done when you already have a visible project that needs to be done. People are looking and ready to invest. The man who says, I can play the role of creating canals with my machine, he has seen the fact that if I put my hand into this soup that they want to cook and join as part of the people cooking it, I will benefit, because whoever is going to eat of it is the receiving end. So, if for example maybe you are the managing director of cats in Nigeria, and you have such a beautiful proposal, and I come to you, you are seeing it is workable, you come and you will say, okay, fine, this is what it's going to cost. When I put it, I can now go back to that is where you have the government. You have the way, look at, it's possible, and a government that is very serious will take that. That is why any government in Bayelsa State that sees such an idea will take it. That is what we lack. It has created employment. Don't forget, I mentioned 200 youths. These 200 youths, it has created employment. They are working. You've made it attractive. First off, they are seeing machines coming. So you may not have even put much.
If you were to solve the problem of unemployment in Obia constituency, the first thing you go for is agriculture.
It's agriculture. I will make the young man who is into oil business, I will bring the market to him. I will talk with all the market hubs. Maybe he may be selling that oil for as cheap as $1, because somebody is now like buying from him and taking that to sell for as much as $5. I will tell the young man, I will bring the market to you. The person said buying for $5. I'll tell him I can sell it for you for $4. I have brought the market down, and I bring to this young man and I sell it to him for $4. He sells for $4. He has made $3. He has taken care of other needs. Insecurity has dropped. Employment, because from that is $4 is earning from that one barrel or whatever oil. He's paying his own workers. I have made the business interesting. Have I not taken? First, I mentioned tourism. Such a man will want to people want to come and buy the oil. Some may come and may spend the night. You have created avenue for those who are into the what's it called, tourism, this thing, hotels, businesses, right in that village. So you have people who tell you, I am in a Otuedu community, and like, whoa, what kind of environment? I say, it's one apartment. This apartment is very cheap. It's just 25,000 naira. An apartment, yes, I'll be here for 2 days. I came to process my oil. I am about to supply 2 tons or 5,000 liters of oil. The person who wants to buy it maybe from Abuja has flown into Bayelsa. He is come to see it, because I told you I'm bringing the dealer direct. He has bought from you that is in the village. So you are in the so-called village. You are making maybe 20 million every month from your oil. What do you want to do again? From one person, 2 persons are employed, 3 persons are employed, 4 persons are employed. This is what it is. Now, like I mentioned, don't forget I said IGR. From just one motion, somebody has gotten money. That person is now able to take care of 1 or 2 needs. It has reduced the burden. The problem most times we face, and I must say in Bayelsa, is that one person wants to be answering honor, Iwe, So you spread 100,000 naira every month. I will go and spend 10,000. Let them keep healing me. No, I will carry that 100,000 and come to all of you. Let's invest this 100,000 naira. I want to come here next month, and whoever, you are able to buy me big fish and say thank you. Why? Because there's money in his pocket. Rather than I come and I'm the one buying and giving.
Well, do you think you face a lot of challenge trying to convince the young one who rather thinks that if he is involved in pressing the phone for internet, he's likely to make more money than
let me tell you
stress
something.
he'd go through trying to
if I want to sell 5,000 liters of oil, I need to press my phone. So let's first of all clear that about pressing of phone.
When I say press phone, you clearly know what
no, I don't know what you're saying.
I mean Yahoo.
There's nothing like that.
There's nothing like Yahoo.
It is not for me.
There's nothing
The
like
young
Yahoo.
people, no, let's see, when you cover Yahoo, you must not
there's not like internet fraud.
There is internet fraud.
Okay, so you don't
a name Yahoo, a Gmail
Yahoo.
says Yahoo Mail. So are you a Yahoo person?
Okay, so you don't
I'm
know
asking
that
are you a Yahoo person? Let us clear
a term.
The first thing you must not do.
You say you don't know that.
The first thing, yes, I don't know.
Then I would now educate you to tell you that the internet fraud is called Yahoo in the streets.
Okay.
And every other person, even the one who is 10 years, know that. Except
now,
you have an
let me give you another Yahoo again. Since you brought the street name, the red oil business is also Yahoo business.
How is it Yahoo?
The pepper business is also Yahoo business.
I didn't know that.
The Gary business is, in fact,
who dubbed it to the Yahoo?
I'm dubbing it now. It's a street name. It's the next thing I want to do. Where a young man is able to make money from oil business, you're supplying red oil, you're giving that person that is going to cut
On what
pantries.
premise are you dubbing that one Yahoo?
Because you want to give the street name, at least it's easy to relate. So that when you say a young boy with his phone in the village pressing, probably when you go and check, he's chatting with a client saying the 5,000 liters are ready.
Well, scratch the use of Yahoo since semantics is a problem.
Thank you. Because when you say pressing,
when I mean pressing, you just clearly left the meat or the substance of.
I didn't want to go in there because that is.
You left the
I didn't want to go there. Do you know I don't want to go in there? I do not promote criminality.
Fraud.
I do not promote internet fraud.
And I did not even ask to promote internet fraud. I merely asked you a question to say that people would rather, many young boys today, you're young, I'm young,
yes.
we are in a society that we know that young boys are mostly the ones, young boys and politicians are mostly the ones lodging in hotels, and they do this from proceeds of internet
The question
fraud.
you asked at first was the challenges.
I'm coming. Unemployment in Nigeria, unemployment in Bayelsa State, unemployment in Obia constituency too. There are many who are not employed but are getting money through the proceeds of internet fraud, and many would not want to indulge in the breaking of lands. My question here is, how do you intend to convince? I believe that you have answered considerably.
So how would I intend to convince
the initial question I asked
someone not to go that
now, how do you
path?
intend to convince the people young ones,
who are used to
they
that?
are the ones who you're likely targeting as a young person,
yes.
but they are the ones you're likely targeting. How do you intend to convince them to leave these thought process and the Yahoo or internet fraud culture?
Okay, let me answer you this way now. For the person, because of the street name you said is...
No, scratch it. Use internet fraud.
Internet fraud. First of all, internet fraud is bad.
Good.
It is bad. I do not support it. But let me also say that there are some persons who are on the internet, who are stockbrokers, who are traders, who can trade today, a coin can sell, and they are making 100 million the next day.
That is so true. And it's...
Now, for you that has made that 100 million, there's no crime in making sure that, of course, when you work the money, you have to feed the body that works the money. Yes,
Makera.
Yes, please.
I don't want us to deviate.
I'm coming. I'm answering your question now.
No.
I'm not deviating. I am breaking it down to the Gen Z, the way we understand the Gen Alpha. I'm coming now. I have made the 100 million from trading. I am not working with an internet fraudster. The person who probably has the patience to trade has made 100 million. He wants to buy a Benz. I want to make farming interesting to him. Quickly, he has seen that there is this House of Assembly member in my community that I know. If I can invest 50 million naira, because I have, first of all, from the beginning, I said, make agriculture attractive. That same person can be encouraged to set up a dredging company. He will now get those equipments. He wants to partner because he wants to make money. We will hire the equipment. He's getting money. That is 50 million naira, I'm saying in quotes, he has invested.
Okay.
He has from that money he made from the internet. That is not fraud.
I think there's
he is now looking. Employment is what you're saying, right?
No, I think there's a miscommunication, right?
Okay.
Let me rephrase.
Please rephrase so that I will really understand and answer the question.
I wasn't asking you what the person who's indulging in internet fraud would contribute.
Okay.
I wasn't asking that.
Okay.
I wouldn't ask that. It doesn't make sense to ask or to want someone who is indulging in internet fraud to contribute to developing their community.
I wouldn't entertain that.
It doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense. I would.
So you rightly said that there are people who are involved in
trading, legit business on the internet.
And I don't have any qualms with people who indulge in the internet. As a matter of fact, it's the way to go.
Yes.
It's good money, you know. The question I'm asking is, there is a culture of youth
that are into that,
thinking that it is the way to
go.
And it's much more popular these days. My question is simple, actually, RBC, if you'd like to say.
How do
you convince these people who are in this line of business in this line
to move out,
to change their mindset and
now look at it this way. The person who has already entered into that business, how do I change that person's mindset? First of all, I have to capture the person who is looking up to that person. Let that person not also join quickly.
Okay.
I have to change that person first.
So you target the ones whose mind are not made up.
Whose mind are looking. There are young people coming up. There's somebody who is in SS2 now who is admiring someone in SS3.
Okay.
I love the way this SS3 senior used to iron his clothes. The SS3 senior is also looking at someone who is in year 1. I love the way this person in year 1 is doing. So what I want to do now is to first of all capture the mind of the person yet who is jobless. Because he is already admiring this person who is probably doing a job that may be termed illegal, because maybe it's illegal, and that same job in other ways may be legal, but he doesn't have the mental capacity to do it. You know, let's not forget that everything is peculiar. Like I said, you may be strengthened in your right side of your brain. I may be strengthened in my left side of the brain. So because you are investing in your right side of the brain, you're making money, you're a footballer, you're making billions. I want to go and play football. I waste my time on the pitch and nobody is signing me. I'm coming.
I'm enlightened.
What I have to do now is that person who is yet to become, who is looking at you, let me capture him to see that I can also make money this way. Then the other person will be like, wow, I didn't know people can also be rich through agriculture. I have given him a reason to want to even venture. Because of course one man can't survive with only one source of income. That is why even the Garden of Eden in the Bible had 3 sources of water supply. You must have other sources of income, legal and legitimate. So to capture the person that is already there to change, I have to prove to him with somebody who needed it. That's why you say you want to tell somebody, say you are doing well. Are you looking like, first off, so am I able to answer your question? So I must catch the person.
Absolutely.
Yes. So that way this other person will see the beauty and then maybe invest or decide to change course.
Right. You have done due diligence and just a astute question. Your plan revolves around agriculture.
Yes.
You're big on agriculture, and in this conversation you've talked about agriculture, and from agriculture you've touched on how you intend to tackle, do something around flooding, even when I negated that. That's maybe something that's far-fetched for an assemblyman. You said no, that you could actually pursue it, and you were determined. You talked about erosion and how you would meet multinationals and IOCs and all of those. You talked about how you will create employment just in agriculture. I must laud your plan and vision. If it were already on the manifesto, I must laud your manifesto is a good one. You're a bright brain. However, does the ball stop at agriculture?
Okay.
What are the next things? Let's deviate now. I know you are
okay.
We could say agriculturalist.
When we leave agriculture, we can never leave agriculture. Let's go to health.
Okay.
I have my mothers in the village, especially my mothers. That's the women. A mother of 70 should be well taken care of. That's why I said in the farming I'll have to have cooperatives. Agriculture is still the bedrock. This woman has already 3 to 4, 5 plots of allotted whatever particular crop that is working for her. She's aged. Of course, our grandmothers, if you keep them off agriculture, it's like you're taking them away from health. Health now, because from agriculture you get health. From cassava alone, you can produce a lot. Our tablet is from agriculture, so you can't take it away. Health is on that thing. As communities, we must have proper healthcare system. How will these healthcare systems come if there is no place of revenue generation? From the produce of those agricultural stuff we're doing in the community, we will be able. So let's assume the government has built a cottage hospital in the community. Assume, which they do in some places. I'm not, like I said, and they bought a generator. Of course, NEPA light ought to be there. These days now, some places are being metered. The government will not be every day available to pay for the meter. Automatically, the village will turn it, the hospital becomes dark. Maybe somebody is an operation, they will now have to be waiting for government to come and buy meter, which ought not so be. That is where we now have community development. The community development is crying. We've not been paid. There's no money. No. We've already created an avenue that will be generating money that will support the health scheme. For example, an 80-year-old man is sick. The community is already generating IGR. That can be to say we can bring out 200. Instead of them to start calling you the honorable. That's why most times their phones, it keeps ringing. Because you've created an avenue for the fact that you are the only alpha and omega. Meanwhile, you should have created just little outlets where somebody can handle it. For example, you just said something of how do I want somebody to leave the internet legal framework to come and do the farming. Make it interesting. I said I will cage first the person who is looking at them as idols. For example, I have a young man in his 30s. He's supplying trailers of pepper every 2 months to one community, to one country or wherever. Will there be health crisis? No, they won't need to call the honorable like they do. Your phone is ringing and what you're saying is my mother swallowed shovel. Please send me 20,000. My uncle, his eyes swelling up. Please, no. There are people that are already channeled in the community. That brings also about community togetherness now. They have pockets. This money will, as we come out, as we get our proceeds, we're also investing in our health. A community can even say we want to build our own hospital from the proceeds. So I have plans for health. I don't want to say much because in that area, I'm going to now work with the professionals, the young students who are coming out as doctors and nurses. I'll say, please, before you go, please, there's money in excess because I'm getting money from sales of sugarcane, plantain, yam. Come, I have XYZ amounts there. How can I work with this? Because you must first of all understand how to work with small. How can I work with this so that we can have you, even in this community, as a professional doctor that will be providing good health?
You're doing a lot of assumptions on when you get the money. Let's assume that you have the money even before.
If I have the money, then it's easy.
Let's assume that the state government gives you your
give the money, then it's very easy.
Your primary duty, let's not forget that it's not executive in nature.
Yes, it's not
legislative in nature.
Yes.
Now, what do you consider to be the basic health challenge in Obia constituency, and how would you legislate?
The first health challenge in Obia constituency is we need to get rid of the mosquitoes. Malaria is on the high side. It's on the high side.
And so, are you looking to improve on the insecticide treated nests?
Thank you. No, when you keep bringing treated nests. Yes, we live in a creek. We live in creeks. Like the area is a creek area.
Is it much more frequent fumigations? What
exactly? You're about to answer the question. You answering the question you're asking me. So allow me to answer the question. Because I'm about to and make you understand why the young people like me and you will need to get into all these things. What is peculiar to my area most times when I go, the sunflies. Yes. Now, however, you must not take away that the fact that they are part of the ecosystem. Because they have a role they play. Biology, everything has a role it plays. But then you need to control it. So because snakes are there and they are part of the ecosystem, should we allow them roaming around to bite people? So how do you do it? You control it. You control it. Some things can be controlled. They are already made available things. So when the money is available, you now channel the money to the right places. Let me assume you are a buyer coming to get maybe 10 or maybe about coming to get 10,000 tubers of yam that is coming from the community, and the last time you came you slept under mosquito nets. The next time you came there's no mosquito nets and you are moving around and you find that the last time I was here mosquitoes are, they will say we have a consistent how we go about controlling these things.
Okay.
We know, because that is what we're considering to do, because the money is there. And if the money is not there, I've already told you that from agriculture we will generate the money. But like you said, and I cannot say everything because I'm not campaigning yet. This is not campaign. I'm only here to talk about development and what are the things we need to do in Ogbia.
I know you're not campaigning, but you would look to the camera and talk to people of Ogbia constituency 2. Tell them that you have a vision and there is need to support
Ogbia constituency 2. My name is Makera Igoniwari, and we want all of us to be wealthy, prosperity. We want prosperity to go around, and the only way it can be done is to democratize prosperity. How? By making sure that we use what is particular or peculiar to us, especially agriculture. I know very well that there are some leaves in the bush that if something stings you, you just need to take it, chew it, and rub on it. It's done. So if it comes to the health, we even have access to local health, but we need to access those agricultural benefits that we can now sell to the world that will make us peculiar. For example, sugarcane, pepper, yam, rice, and many more. And this is what I come with, so that you and me, not just the assembly member, you have money. Right. It's not about depending on the assembly member. It's about now, you have to supply 2 trailers of yam from your farm. These are things we want to do and make all of us prosper.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Makera Igoniwari. It's been a pleasure. It's been an insightful conversation. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me on Naija. Live is a very wonderful, outlet that has always been giving room for the truth.
Absolutely.
And we appreciate, and I thank you.
For the truth, for change to happen, that's what we do on Naija Live TV. That's what we do on Chat with Naija Live TV. My name is Henry Ahamweflon. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support? Participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency, Senator Doyeduri, the Prosperity Government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocked canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board EDTF. From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal, to So the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bielsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop, but we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. That is the story of Nigeria.
Z-TIN for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace.
Chat with Naija Live TV, where we have interesting discussions, topical discussions with interesting persons on them. Today, I am joined by someone who is no less interesting, and we have a conversation that many have shied away from for a while. Conversation that we should start talking about, especially because it's something that many would say is responsible for some of the challenges we're having, especially around governance in Nigeria. But yeah, today, let's discuss record keeping. We have an author joining us, and let me introduce our guest today on the program. She is Patience Doye Odele. an auditor who's worked with the Office of the Auditor General of Federation for 13 years plus. I'd like to add that. It's good to have you. Well, my name is Henry Ramifula. Good day and welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. I should also add she's a model who has interest around African styles and all of those.
Yeah.
How do you pair both together? You're an author, you write, and then you're also a model. How do you pair these two? And you're also an auditor, just so we add like three things in one.
Yeah.
Three things, one person doing three things. How do you pair these?
That's because we all have different aspects in life. So life, as you grow every day, you grow up with different things. You try to identify that you have different kind of things. So I know I love fashion. I love makeup as well, but I really love fashion. I just feel like as an Ijaw woman, sorry to say, but you know, Ijaw, we have culture and we believe in pride. We are proud of our culture. And I grew up seeing my grandma always with African fabrics. Whenever my dad wants to buy her a gift, he has to get African fabric. If not, there will be problem. So I just told myself, growing up, oh my God, I think I want to be an African queen someday, showcasing African fabric all over the world. So when I heard about a show in Lagos, like you have to, then I was not in the country when I heard about it because it was my friend's show, Lola Sean. Kudos to you, Lola Sean, if you're watching me right now. And then I told her about it and she was like, oh, you have to come up on my show. Like, just come give us what you have. So I was on a runway in Lagos. I did well, but I mean, it's not easy joining both together, work.
I couldn't agree more. One could simply say that it's, like you mentioned, passion. You went to school and then you're an auditor, yeah? And afterwards, from the experience, you know, auditing for several years, you could write a book. That's how you're an author. But then there is something that is always, you're always passionate about, and that's clearly hitting runways and being a model, especially around the African thing. Well, I'm happy so, and it's good to have you again on the program. Let's now narrow into our conversation for the day, record keeping, quite specifically record keeping and accountability, strengthening institutions through proper documentation. Do you think there is a dearth? Do you think there's a problem somewhere? I mean, what must have necessitated this? What motivated you to put pen to paper and say, let's talk about record keeping? It's a problem in Nigeria, or maybe it's a problem across Nigeria.
It is a big problem because I think Nigeria don't have this culture of record keeping. Sorry to say, but it's what I find out as an auditor. Most time when I go out to audit agencies, parastatals, I've been opportune, like I said earlier, I have been opportune to audit both ministries, federal medical centers, teaching hospitals, and even audit Nigerian House Atlanta, Nigerian House New York, and Nigerian House Washington DC. It's the same thing all over. When you go, you find out that there are lapses. When I mean lapses, the internal control is not as it may be. That's where you find out lapses. We have this culture of I don't care. They don't like keeping. And when you don't keep record, you find there are problems. That means you are trying to tell us you're not transparent enough. Because if you're transparent enough, you should be able to keep proper record. Growing up, we know I am from a polygamous home, and then we are 10 in number. Growing up, my dad works with Nigerian Ajib Oil Company. We all have our files growing up because he's always offshore. So my stepmom, if you need anything, you keep record. You keep record. Growing up, I understood the language of record keeping because my father cannot just give my stepmom 2 million naira and then she will not be able to keep record of the 2 million naira. Come on.
So that's how it starts. They give you 2 million naira to get certain things and you have to document.
Yes, in your home, you keep records. In your offices, those files, they carry up and down, trying to do. It's record keeping. You can't say federal government now will give an agency 30 billion naira for their overhead or for capital. Then you're doing something else. It's when you keep proper record. Those that come in to audit, they will check it and see if you actually follow the proper record and if you are keeping the proper record. That's why we are having many lapses in Nigeria when proper records are not kept. And I think that's why the Auditor General is focused on proper record keeping. And I, as an auditor that have been opportune to work over 13 years, I think proper record keeping helps everybody. Not just because I'm an auditor, I'm saying it generally.
Oh, do you think many would not want to keep records because it just might come back to, bite them in the
No, that is why I said that's where transparency come in. If you're transparent in what you're doing, it's just like you having a business. If you have a business and somebody comes to purchase, you have to record all this stuff. If it's in your invoice, you have given me a copy. Then you're showing me that you're transparent. At any time, I can always say, this is what I did with this person, and it's on record. If it's not on record, that means you are not sure. I can come up with anything. Even your landed properties, they are your record. Your birth certificates, they are your records. My passport was stolen in Dominican Republic some years ago when I was in America, and I left. I went to Dominican Republic, and I couldn't come back to Nigeria because I needed those documents to file, to go to the embassy, and to do stuffs.
Is this a Nigerian thing, or we can broaden it and say it's an African thing? Is it specifically Nigerians that don't like keeping records?
Nigerians don't really like keeping record. I'm telling you, even the population demand in Nigeria, we don't know how many we are. They are just giving record numbers that we are not sure of. We are not sure of.
The population of Nigeria,
yes.
They say 230 million plus.
America today, I will use them as an example, not because I'm a fan, but when you get to America today, it's just that they don't want to pick you because you have not committed an offense, but they know you are in that country. It's when you have an offense, that's when you know that government know you were in this country, but they just left you to be chilling. Immediately you enter that country, as you buy your line, you are already in the system. You are already there. Somebody can just put your phone number, your name, and search you. Is that sweet? But in Nigeria, I mean, come on. But we are trying. We are trying our best. That's why auditors are saying keep proper record. And that's why I have come as well to say the generation coming need to understand the language of record keeping, because it helps. It helps you keep your finances properly, your landed property. If something happened in your family now and you go to the bank, that's when you hear stories like, you are the next of kin, but I mean, let's see the document that says this property needs to be handed over to you.
Could we have a problem with manually storing data like information? And given that we now have it's the digital times, can we just do the switching? Would that solve our problem?
It will only solve the problem when individuals are ready to put in the work. If you get all the data, if you don't put in those things in the data, how will you get them in there? There needs to be an input.
Alrighty, let's stretch this further. I understand for an individual who is into business, and I mean, of course, for your personal needs, there's the importance of keeping the records. So, I mean, for those persons who are into governance, how can we really make them keep records, especially when they don't want to keep records? They know what they are doing,
No, you can't just say you know what you're doing.
I mean, they know what they're doing as per, they know the orders of their work. I mean, they know that they don't want to keep records for a particular purpose.
You just have to keep record for every purpose.
Even when the records are kept, we hear sometimes after they leave office, snakes swallowed, offices got burnt. All of those things.
I don't want to go into all that.
Yeah, I understand. No, I'm just trying to make you understand where I'm going.
But what I'm saying is, now in this digital era that we are, that's why you cannot just burn some records. Now, if they're out there, they're out there. And that's why most of these big people we have out there don't want people coming up on social media to say stuff, because the social media is like keeping record. It keeps history. It's part of record keeping. When I tell someone during the book launch, I actually use Guinness World Record as a reference, and I was saying Guinness World Record, it's a platform, somebody just come up with it, and now it's big because people go in there to showcase themselves. You cannot tell me that's not what they're doing. And they have records of the tallest man for years. You go there to do those research. Those are records.
But when we say Nigerians don't like record keeping,
they don't like record keeping. They only try to showcase.
In recent years, it's like mostly Nigerians that have been going for this Guinness World Record.
They only like to showcase themselves, It's not because they like to keep proper record. That's why you see we have problem on and on and on and on. If we are here, sorry, I would not want to involve the president in this when they cannot even give proper record of his academic profile. I mean, come on, what kind of record are we keeping then?
They've always referred to Chicago, and, well, it was controversial at some point, but then it came out, certificates from Chicago, it came out.
Well, you cannot trace all those stuffs.
It's controversial.
That is why you can always hear in Nigeria people going to change their date of birth. It's common here in Nigeria. You hear people saying, oh, this person, some persons know themselves.
So I like to think now that
If they are proper record, I don't think
you
that will
keeping
happen.
record, and also because date of birth is recorded to a great extent, because after they give you a certificate. Do they not have database
They don't have a proper database that shows all these things in the system. You can just wake up now today, go to any court, swear an affidavit, and said you want to. Yes, you
and
swear
saying,
an
hey, this was my
affidavit
name
and you said this is your date of birth, and you start using it. There is no record that have shown that since the day you were born, this record has been kept, and this person, Mr. John, so person, this is his name, this is his date of birth. It's there. If there is a proper record, immediately they put in your name, everything pops up. That's why you see in some country you can't use people's identity to go and work, because it's going to show you are not the person. You can do some odd jobs where they will not need your fingerprint, but immediately they use your fingerprint, your name come up, your data.
What is so hard? We have the banking sector, and they have been pretty much digitalized, and we know that if we're talking about record keeping, the banking sector does pretty well at that, no? And several other sectors, fintechs these days, record keeping is like that thing.
That's the reason.
How come we've not been able to tap into this? I mean, every other sector, especially the public service.
Don't just say the public service. That's why we have the issue in Nigeria. I'm saying individuals like to take things personal when it comes to them. You know, private organization, they don't really play with their stuff because it's private. They want to focus, they want to build, and that is what is making them to stand out. Because if I have a business, definitely I want to know what comes in and what goes out. But if it's a government office, like here now in this studio, if I'm an auditor now, I will give you guys a query, because you don't even have a template or something that shows that these are the items that belong to this particular studio.
You don't know that for sure.
Yes, because they are supposed to be recorded to show that these are.
That's what I'm telling you. That I'm defending us now. We have.
I can't see them. No, they are not numbers. Your tables, your decks. There is supposed to be an inventory. When I come in, the first thing I'm supposed to see on the wall is inventory, to know what you have in your studio. These are the items.
Is that something you're supposed to see? We've not allowed you to audit our firm.
I'm not auditing you now. I'm just trying to say, as an auditor, if I'm here to do my job professionally,
it will be hard for you, right?
No, I will give you a query, because you are trying to act like you want to do fraud. Anybody can come in here and go with these sites too. You understand? Because it's not carrying the number or a label showing that it is for this institute.
Okay.
So that is why
what you're saying is it is important that every organization
have an inventory.
Has that inventory.
Yes. Inventory is what shows that these things belong to this particular organization, and these are the number of systems we have here. These are the number of chairs we have here. These are the number of tables we have.
Being numbered, is it not possible it's known? I know we have an inventory, but being numbered like that, I don't quite know of that, because clearly I see it's
not. Maybe your inventory is not out here for us.
It's not on the wall, but it's on a book.
Okay, it's fine. Thank God you're still keeping record. At least you're showing record.
No, I'm trying to defend us, because you're throwing us here.
No.
So I'm not trying to allow that happen.
I'm just trying to give an instance that if Nigerians actually want to do what they want to do, the country will get better. Because some of us, I think, they know what to do, but because they don't like implying it, they don't want to put it in place, they don't want it to work. They will even put up effort to kill it. I don't know why. Okay,
so birth certificates. Death certificates, these are important records to keep, but given that as it stands now, we don't have that database, what are the practical steps we could take as citizens, as those who care for their country, to ensure that the institutions responsible for these are up to task, or to make the federal government, for instance, look more into it?
We can't drag anyone, and we can't just bring anyone to book. Like I said, these people, they are listening, they are watching, they are out there, they know what is going on. That's why people like Patience have come out to say we need to make people understand the language of record keeping the more. So the more this book goes out, reach out to people, I think a lot of people will sit out. I was so happy when I met with the Commissioner of Finance. Sorry, I'm bringing this here. And then he just glanced through the book and he was like, oh my God, I wish the youth would want to read this. I mean, I'm so proud, like somebody could pick up my book, a man well read at his age and in his position, just going through my book and telling me, baby girl, you've done so well. I was proud of myself. Seriously. So he was saying, oh my God, I wish this youth will want to go through this, want to read this. I would have loved to buy more copies from you. He ordered a lot of copies, which I don't have them here. I'm going to send them over from Abuja. But he said he wished, because the book is good. So if the government is supporting people that are writing, a lot of authors that could come up with things like this. I mean, it will help because the information will go viral. It's not just talking about makeup, TikTok and all. Other things need to go viral too. But people don't like promoting things like this. Obviously, I'm not showcasing something sexy. So why would they want to promote it?
Okay, well, we're here to promote it. When you say people don't like to,
yeah, really,
we are part of people in Nigeria now.
That is why I'm proud that your studio could actually recognize
good thing. So let me use that cover my face so they will see it properly. But well, record keeping fundamentals, and there is some sort of rider securing your legacy in Nigeria's tax era, and I want to narrow in on this particular rider now. It seems as though this ties into all of the stories we've had about, taxation and what's really coming up. Record keeping fundamentals, securing your legacy in Nigeria's tax era. Are we doing this record keeping just so we can be able to pay our taxes? Is that the importance of it?
No.
I just want this to be better.
Yes, the record keeping in this tax era is not saying because it's a tax era per se, in quote. Now, that is why we talked about the principle. What is record keeping? We mentioned the example. So this is a guideline. It's what will help you so that you don't have difficulties. Even when you're hearing, you don't need to panic that, oh, this is tax this, so this is going to be happening. No. But when you follow this guideline, when you follow this book, you understand the language of what they are saying. Okay. You understand what they are saying.
Okay, you understand what the Nigerian tax system
is talking about.
Exactly what.
And the book is not basically a tax book. It's not, because when I say record keeping fundamental, people say, oh, she's an accountant, it's like bookkeeping. No, my book is a social and academic book. It's social in the aspect we talked about passport, we talked about landed properties, we talk about birth certificate, we talk about every other thing, and still we still have basics of accounting, how you could manage your record keeping and all that.
We could talk about passports a little more. I know that the Minister of Interior, and particularly this Minister of Interior, Labunji, I'm trying to get his name correctly now, but yeah, the current Minister of Interior has somehow digitalized the whole process.
Oh my God, don't even bring me into that.
No, I want to
I had a big problem with that. Actually, when I'm going to say this here on air, when I was in Dominican Republic, when I lost my passport, I reached out because
Dominican is also like Nigeria.
It's an island. Yeah, it's beautiful and they are cool people.
Is it a third world country too? Right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, third world country.
Yeah, so
please don't tell us they are better than us.
They have light.
I thought that, okay, I would not.
They have light.
No, we have light.
They actually generate their light from water, energy.
And
because
we have
it's an island. Yeah, so I was thinking, I mean, Nigeria would have come partner with these people, know what is going on. This water covering everywhere, Niger Delta, down to Kogi, Port Harcourt. I mean, everywhere there will be light.
Okay.
In Dominican, they don't. If they take light, it will not be up to 45 minutes.
Well, I guess
their drinks are so chill, like chill. Anyway, I'll not talk about that because that's not why I'm here.
The passports and the Minister of Interior, I think you wanted to scale. What are the challenges you might have noticed in all of its operations?
Getting a passport when you're outside Nigeria, especially in Dominica, my personal experience, it was difficult because there's no Nigerian embassy in Dominican Republic. So the closest one I could reach out to was Jamaica. And then Jamaica said they are not issuing out passport, that they will give me an e-ticket to go back to my country. And I'm like, I don't want to feel people feeling like I was deported. No. So I really wanted a passport because I wanted to get my visa back and all that. It was difficult. And then I was told that a lot of people buy passports from Nigeria that are non-Nigerians. So it was difficult getting the passport. So I would like to advise that Nigerian government should look into things like this.
But getting a Nigerian passport is much better than it was a few years back. Olabunji, 2G.
The online stuff is not working. I paid the money. Till today, the money was not refunded. Online, I could show you the app on my phone where you go on immigration website online. I paid the money, and at the end of the day, I was not able to get the passport. But they say it's contactless. That was what it was. It was captured to get a contactless passport. You can get your passport anywhere. It didn't work. I don't know if it's working perfectly right now because that was like last year, May last year. I was in Dominican Republic for over 7 months running bills on my own after I was robbed. So I would definitely tell you it's a no, it's not working.
Okay. Our sympathies.
Thank you.
I heard you mention robbed, and it's a very, very sad experience and no one should experience.
But Dominicans were nice, so I had so much fun. It's just that I needed the money to be flexing, but there was no much.
I like to think that even if it's a third world country, it's you mentioned light, and I'm sure that they also have water running in their houses.
And I know you will like beautiful girls.
No, that's something that we will discuss after the program.
I mean, vacation there is not a bad one.
Yes, please. So I want to get into the content of this. What are people looking out for? I'd like you to state this clearly again. What people are looking out for? What are the things, the major areas we are looking out for when we purchase this book?
I want to say, when anybody that wants to purchase the book, you should just come with an open mind, because sometimes it's not by buying a book or just getting a book. You have to have it in mind that as I want to pick up this book, I want to read the book in lines and understand it. If you pick up a book and you read it and you don't understand, you don't get the message. It's just like going through a paragraph. But the book is very simple, and I know that anybody that picks the book will understand it. And I just made it very simple and clear that anybody that picks this book, you have to go with something. There is no way you read this book that you will not go with something.
You know, when you
and your mindset will change about record keeping. You just want to sit up and say, oh my God, I never knew this could help. I never knew. I wish somebody would have come up with it. I wish I have known this for long.
You know when you mentioned the record, when you mentioned the Commissioner for Finance, Maxwell Abibai, I believe. Yeah. He talked about youths, him wishing the youths would love this. And there is something they say, is it a Nigerian or an African thing? If you keep money inside of a book, or if you keep a jewel inside of a book, that Nigerians are never finding it.
Yes, I heard that.
Yeah, exactly. So, have you written this book for youths, or is it people that is it Gen Z like book? Is it for millennials, or is it those who are already adults? And
the book is for everybody.
Because
but not
while it's a Nigerian thing to not really read books, it's a Gen Z thing to not even try and notice the book.
The Gen Z, that is why we are trying to, everything has to go online too for them to be able to, you know. But I believe this Gen Z too, they want to grow. Everybody wants a better life. Everybody will want to know how to secure what they have worked for. Even if you're on TikTok dancing and you're making so much money, you will not want somebody to come and tell you one day that your own money just went, or one bank somewhere just woke up and declared what you have. Or maybe every day you're seeing deduction and you don't know how your money has been deducted. You don't know what you purchased. You just spend money. No. That's why even in your phone, whenever you spend any money or money is withdrawn, they send you an alert immediately.
You're speaking to
yes,
me.
I send you those alerts. You go sometime, you check your bank statement, you see these things because they are important. These people already know what record keeping is. At the airport, you buy a ticket you want to board. Before you get to the airport, they already have your details there. When you come, you're showing them, I'm going to Lagos, I'm not going to Abuja. Your name is in the system. Your name is even there on the flight you're going with and the time. That's to tell you, they are maybe that day they have like 5 flights leaving Bayelsa to Port Harcourt or Bayelsa to Lagos. And then your name is not in that morning flight, except you go and talk to them there. You don't just go there and board the morning flight because you bought a ticket. That they understand what record keeping is.
Okay, when people try to keep records and all of the information, what would you say are certain common mistakes that they could make? You know, institutions and business people.
I will say it and say it over and over, is lack of internal control. When the foundation is not solid, there will be problem.
What's that internal control and foundation? It seems that there is a generic thing. I'd like for you to expound on it so we understand.
If you have an organization and the people working under you don't understand what it is, how will they be able to deliver? How will you deliver? How will you give out what you don't know? Or when you come to a place, you know, but you know this is the system you meet on ground. There are some people that will tell you, wait for your time. Don't come and show yourself here. It's not like this person don't know it, but because you feel you are the boss, you don't allow this person to shine. That is where we are.
Okay, let's
allow people.
Contextualize a bit. I want to start keeping records.
Okay.
I've already started. What are those mistakes you think I could be doing that I don't even know I'm doing these mistakes? You know, in trying to keep record. I had mentioned the youths and Gen Zs. I want for us to talk in a way that they would understand. Okay. They would see what we are saying, and also think of it as something they should try. I mean, record keeping. Yes.
Yes, if you want to bring the Gen Z in, I want to say, as a Gen Z, like I said, we all spend money. We buy things day in, day out. So you can't just say because you're a Gen Z body, you have 1 million naira, you just want to burn it. If you don't keep this record, I still go back. If you don't keep a proper record, you don't do check. You don't check and balance. You're not going anywhere. Or you just keep blowing.
What are the drawbacks? Not keeping record.
If you don't keep record, then you're failing now. You have to keep record.
Failing is rather generic. I want to know specifically, what are we doing if we don't keep records?
If you don't keep record, you're failing. That's what I'm saying.
Because
you have to keep record.
For a typical Nigerian now, I'm not sure that, you know, they say something around the Nigerian tax stuff that it is, in short, if you keep the record, then you'll be taxed more.
No. You have to keep the record. You identify. You are open. That is, people should not be afraid saying, I don't want to keep record because you'll be taxed, or because if there is a problem tomorrow they will trace me. No, that's because you don't want to show that your transparency is important to me.
You having criminal tendencies.
Maybe you have that kind of mindset or something. Because I mean, if you're
not
open,
me,
I mean, whoever wants that kind of thing. I'm not saying you in person, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know, I get that totally. I just had to throw it in. But yeah, risks and consequences is that you'd likely fail in your business. You have mentioned that because, well, you decide not to keep.
Also, I think life without record keeping is boring because, I mean, if you're not keeping record, what are you doing, bro?
Okay.
Even your life as it is, when you started nursery school till now, you've been keeping records of your primary school, secondary school. It's a process of, it's your life. It's a process. You growing up till this time.
Who are not exactly very, they don't do well with the nostalgic feelings, and when they see some of these photos, it gives them some sort of feeling, and they don't want to. But I mean, that's not the accounting part of it.
You can't take it out.
I mean, record keeping, generally speaking, now when it has to do with you taking photos, you did a graduation, you took photos, you did your child dedication, you took photos. Sometimes, I don't know, some persons think that there are memories associated with this time that they would not want to go back.
Maybe the bad memories, but they are still record. Bad or good, that is why they do documentary. Way back, people still do documentary because it's still a way of record keeping. They are trying to project the past and the present. That's what documentary does.
Okay, it's good to know. Fundamentals, record keeping fundamentals, securing your legacy in Nigeria's tax era. If you're just now clicking on the watch link, I have as guest Patience Doye Odele, and on this episode of Chat with Naija Live TV, we are discussing, like I mentioned, record keeping fundamentals, securing your legacy in Nigeria's tax era. Patience Doye Odele is an author who is also one who runs runways or walks runways. Yeah, he's a model and also has that thing for African clothing particularly. But yeah, let's narrow in further into the conversation around record keeping and the fundamentals of record keeping. We'd like you to scale again. What do you think that organizations, I had asked this question before, public institutions, the civil service in Bayelsa, they are one people that you might likely say that even if they keep records, it is hard for you to get to it, especially when you're looking to, if you go to FMC, you go to, what is it called now, NDUTH, you go to any of the public institutions. Now, the records might be there, but digging into the records, many would say, is a problem. And so it feels as though the information is lost in data that is not properly categorized. How do you think digital record keeping ties into this? You think that Nigeria, do you think Nigeria, or Bayelsa for instance, is ready, particularly where we have problems with electric power supply? You know, it's a thing around Nigeria, we don't have proper power supply, and when we say these things need light, but hey, do you think that we are ready to do this, given that there is a challenge already with you going to the hospital and before, I mean, you're sick, before they find your file, it's a problem? Do you think it's something we can immediately start embracing? And
you know, everything has a process. Even pregnancy has a process. You don't just get pregnant today and give birth to a child. You have to nurture the pregnancy, face all the challenges the pregnancy will bring, because pregnancy comes in different styles. Your first child and your second child, the pregnancy symptom might not be the same. So in that aspect, I will not be able to give out proper information guiding how the country is going to help this, but I know that it's a process. if they put in proper process, follow the proper guideline, we will get it in the future. I'm not saying it's something they can get now, because it's not something just one person can just do, but when the proper plans are being put in place, we'll get there.
Okay. What vital registries do you think that it's absolutely necessary for we to start keeping? I mean, you had mentioned birth certificates and death certificates. Are there others that you think it's absolutely necessary that the country or the state starts keeping?
Yes, landed properties too. Why I bring in landed properties, like I mentioned, if you have a problem, probably somebody passed away, and then you start having family coming to fight the wife or to fight the siblings. If these things are kept well recorded, I don't think somebody would just come in and say, and that house that belongs to my father in Port Harcourt belongs to them. I mean, come on.
These things also undergo wear and tear, and ours is a state that from time to time we hear the flooding. A person, they try to survive, flood don't come, you're trying to dodge for your life, and you're also trying to protect your property. Are there ways we could go around this?
I'm not a flood expert, so I don't really know what to say.
Would we rather start doing digital record keeping?
It is.
As in, taking digital record keeping to be much more important than you having a physical document. So in lieu of you signing physically, you sign digitally and you store it somewhere, a cloud database that you are certain that if you go there in 2090, you would get the information.
Yes, most agencies are doing that now. Like in my office now, they keep telling you everybody needs to go into IT audit. So even the head of service herself is trying. When I went to invite her for my book launch, she was like, no, you don't need to bring a hard copy to me. You need to go online, send it online. So I think I will talk about the civil service. The civil service is working towards that. And I know most agencies were doing this. They picked up during the COVID. So most of the organizations, that's why you find out most people can tell you, I'm working from home now, I'm doing this from home, I'm doing that from home. So it's something the country can do. If COVID could come and people were able to sort out their organizations, to work from home, that's to tell you the digital system is coming to stay. Okay. Even before the digital system, people have been keeping strong record in some other strong way. That's where you see people saying, I have backup stuffs. Like you working here now, you people have some, I don't know what it's called, but we people use it to have a lot of movies. Back then in school, a lot of people have it. They have it's a backup stuff when you have
drive and has
yes. So those are stuff that you can still go back and go through it. All those flash, all those stuff are stuff that we were using to keep records growing up. So now they have modelized way of keeping records too, and I think most agencies should invest in that.
Okay, writing record keeping fundamentals must have been very challenging for you. Could you walk us through it? What are some of the challenges you must have experienced trying to bring this book to fruition?
Financial challenge. There's anytime most people have dreams, but they don't utilize this dream because there is no support. They don't have, I want to start this business, I want to do this, I want to do that, but there's no support. But in my own case, like I said, when I have a problem that in Dominican Republic, I thought of writing a book. It has been in my head, but I never knew that I was going to write anything on record keeping, sincerely. So there was the day I was just in my washroom, and then the Holy Spirit actually dropped this word. If you ask my friends now, they'll tell you I'm this nonchalant person that they never thought I'll have a book, because I'm not this kind of person, book kind of person. Even my professor in school be surprised.
This is you keeping your own record.
Yes. So it was when that incident occurred, and then I was in my washroom, and this inspiration come, Patience, why don't you pen down something on record keeping? And I'm like, record keeping, how, where? And you're like, you've worked in this office for over 12, 13 years. If you cannot put on something, what are you now doing? And then I always remember in my head, I don't forget stuff easily. Like growing up, if my dad is trying to find an information, he comes to me. So I'm like, if my head can be keeping so much record, there should be a book called Record Keeping Fundamentals. That is how I gave birth to this lovely book here.
Oh, that's really good to know. So for that person who's really looking to get into your book and get into the meat of what you're saying in your book, what's your advice to them? Say this as we wrap up.
I know this book is blessed. It's not just a book. Like I said, pick this book. Anywhere you find this book, just read it. Even in my hotel, I actually gave one to someone in the reception. And one of the colleagues came to beg me like, oh my God, I just picked this book and I just read just few lines of this book and I found it interesting. That can I just have? I'm like, it's okay, say, but I don't have money to pay because actually a copy of this book is 20,000 naira. And I'm like, don't worry, I'll give you one for you to even show me the interest that you read it and you love the book. It's something, it's a book you will love. It's a book that will educate people. It's a book that will improve your thinking. It's a book that will just make you grow, just change your mindset. It will change anybody's mindset that pick up this book.
Can one buy the copy, the copy of the book, I mean, in Bielsa, or would have to order it?
Yes, so many people have been ordering the book, not just here, even in Benue State and also in Naija State.
So you typically have to order it, not buy. So it's not available in none of the bookshops around town?
No, not yet, not yet. The book, we just launched the book and I've been busy with my own assignment. Like I said, I'm an auditor. I'm in international audit department. So we've been auditing VCDP for a long time. Sorry, I'm bringing that here. That's my personal work stuff. I'm not supposed to say that here, but I've been so busy, like, so.
Okay. So what's the process of ordering like now? How does one get this book? Because, it's already of interest to me and I feel like I want to order, but hey.
No, but you have one. You have a copy already. But anybody that wants to order,
copy,
of course,
okay.
You have a copy. Why not?
Okay.
Am I that stingy? It's part of record keeping. I mean,
it's business, But thank you
no,
so much.
it is business. But I mean, we're here. We're doing it together. So if there's anything I should leave with you, is to show you.
I know the book is really of interest.
Thank you.
From the things you've said, I really want to dig into it. But what are the ways to order? Is there like a link? Is it like a number to call?
Yes, it's a number to call for now, and I think there is a link, but I don't think I have the link now because I have someone managing me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not big yet, but I mean I have a manager.
Yeah, typically, of course. So you can make proper sales and all of those things. But you maybe you want to leave out the number.
Okay. I can do that.
Just leave out the number online. So we'll do it 2 times and subsequently we'll display it on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
The number to get this book, this lovely. Can you just hold a piece?
Yes, please.
For them
I can.
Oh, thank you so much. The number to get this beautiful piece here, 080 3892 4805. I'll take that again. 080 3892 4805. And if you're ordering this book, it comes with a gift from me, the author. Yeah, from special gift.
Heart to you, you know. Alrighty. Patience Doye Odele, Madam Patience Doye Odele. It's been good to have you. CNA. Within other part area. But it's good it's really good to have you.
Thank you.
Do justice to this very conversation. And here's also me saying that it's important to get this book, Record Keeping Fundamentals. As she says, anyways, in Nigeria, one of the most expressive problems is also one of the least recognized, the absence of proper records. You don't want to be caught not keeping records. My name is Henry Moifla. It's been Chat with Naija Live TV, and I've had Patience Doye Odele. Madam, please. Thank you plenty. See you on another edition of Chat with Naija Live TV.
Community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has